live.
Like the clip that keeps popping up.
Which
Beep,
clip?
beep, 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 beep.
I think we're live.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going live.
I'm
Because
not
I
going
just
live.
got
Did it? Oh, I did.
raid.
Yeah, I didn't mute the stream. I'm gonna hear
unmute
myself
yourself
soon.
too.
Mhm. I did not. I could not pull up my. After streaming earlier today, I'm still kind of. I'm tanking, so it's like I can't stream tonight.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to like keep poking at Lady M. She's gonna fall asleep on us.
I feel cruddy.
I don't care.
I'm gonna need you to get your shit
You know,
and get
work-
it together.
Yeah, you gotta push through.
Oh,
I
there's
feel
empathy.
cruddy. Oh, so cruddy.
Yeah.
I feel
worked-
cruddy and yucky
Let me
and
see.
blah.
Hi
I
everyone.
worked through my lunch today. I worked late today.
I worked through
You
my
come in.
lunch today too because I was gonna leave work early. I ended up leaving late, so then I had to go to the mall to pick up my phone. So I got a brand new phone today, and now I have two phones because I still have a bunch of shit on the old one and a bunch of shit on the new one, and I'm just.
So you're just phoning it in now?
I am.
Indeed.
Anyway,
What you eating?
a sandwich.
Okay.
Good, because we don't need you to be hangry with us this week.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just tired. It's been a long day. But
Mhm.
usually when we start playing and I start talking, why are you
I was
there?
gonna say someone approached you. I just saw.
No, it's like
someone approached
surprise.
you.
Rain is standing next to me.
I know. I just saw the shift in the camera. Like
Mhm.
there is
Nice.
another presence there.
Hey, Rain.
Anyway, so hi everyone. We're here for another thrilling adventure in Water. Well, no, this is not Waterdeep. This is Tyranny of Dragons. It's Faerun,
Well,
and they're
on our way
on
to
and they're on
Waterdeep,
their
so-
way to Waterdeep. So you know,
And you're thrilled, we can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I am thrilled. I enjoy all my games. It's like a little world that I just get to watch all these wonderful stories take place. Anyway, so here we are today. We have our wonderful players. One of them just dropped out. Is that me?
I don't know.
No, I'm here. Who dropped out?
I know.
Rhino.
I don't know. I see everybody on there.
It's apparently a Tuesday. It's every time I don't know what it is. No issues with Discord, and then we start streaming, and my Discord's like, would be a shame.
Oh, that's crap. Because that means when you start a little later, then it's my turn.
Mm-hmm. That's usually what
Don't
happens.
you put that on? No. Don't blame me. No. No.
Anyway,
No, you're the indication. It's like it's going to start there. Yay!
so we're gonna have everyone roll a d20. You want to be high.
You want to roll high.
Yeah, I was about to
Great,
say
we'll
words.
I'm
Do
get-
we want
I'm
to be
getting
high?
there.
Do we?
I mean,
Safe. Wait, yes.
that's
safe.
the thing the highest I've ever seen Jinya roll.
I
It
think
is.
so. For yeah, so Loco, who did it last week, has to do it again. So same
He's
thing.
desperately trying to figure out what we did last week.
We're gonna start.
I remember because it was hilarious.
Yay! Varus says I can hear everyone today. Got it. I'm getting this shit down. All right, so we're gonna go Vero, Elios, Ginia, Songbird, Roz, in that order. So take us away, Vero.
You're muted.
I'm just joking. I'm not muted. I just was moving my mouth and wasn't talking. Hi, I'm Rhino. I play Vero, our wood elf monk. I would say that I punch people. Well, I don't kill people. I punch them, but mostly they kick the daylights out of me. But that's how it goes. I'm a punching bag. That's me.
And he's gone again.
Yep.
No, he
What?
did his. So Elios, go ahead.
All right. When did it cut me off?
No, you. It
Just
sounded
as you
As
finished.
soon as you finished, you said
Okay,
that's
perfect.
me.
Okay, then-
and it went blink.
Perfect. That's good.
All right, Elios, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Thorn. I play Elios. He is a sorcerer, a halfling sorcerer. He's looking for his brother, and he has found a new best friend in Vero.
That's true. Ginia.
Hi, I'm Foxy Project. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. Normally, I play survival crafting games, and I play Jinya, a high elf cleric who has. We've been through some stuff. Last week, we Songbird and I almost had to become murder hobos. We were very close to it, but we resisted that urge. I have been exiled from my homeland and torn from my family, and I'm trying to find my way in this wild new world I've found myself in.
Yay. Songbird.
Hi, I'm Lady Magdala, mainly known as Lady M, and I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch as well. I play Songbird, who has finally gotten rid of her lovely beard of red feathers and has just been pretty much going along with the flow, trying to find out things, creating some shenanigans along with Ginia and trying to get her staff back. It was fun though.
Yes. The heist music. You're knocking. All right.
We do love the shenanigans.
Yes.
We love the shenanigans.
And then we have, last but not least, Loco, and tell us what we did.
Yes. Well, first of all, I will introduce myself. I'm Loco1956. I play Ra Zoomdar Straight Arrow, a Tabaxi Ranger, who is just like most typical cats, has been very moody here lately. Last week, we let's see, we didn't do a whole lot. I mean, we made it through or past Dragon Spear. Ginia had her favorite, well, I guess it's her only staff stolen from a guy that had tried to buy it from her. She should have just sold it to him, and then it would have been over. But anyway, she got it stolen. She found out who stole it and ended up accosting the guy to get his tent back. Her staff back. She ended up finding out the staff was the tent pole, the main tent pole in this man's tent. Her and Songbird devised a rather cunning plot to retrieve the staff by, I believe it was Songbird going invisible. She snuck into the tent and ripped the main pole down. It caved in around the guy, and well, she got her staff back, and he couldn't say anything about it because he'd already been accused of stealing it. And I believe that was just about everything that happened. We did, Roz did notice that the cultists had now kind of gotten their wagons kind of in a row now. They're one behind another, 3 of them, and they're even camping closer together now than they ever have before. So therefore, maybe they're fixing to split ways with the caravan. We don't know yet.
There's
If I missed
also
something.
Copperhead.
Oh yes,
There's Copperhead.
yes. While the camp was past Dragon Spear, the spirit of the camp was, or the caravan was lifted, and there was a night of revelry. Everybody began to drink again in the evenings, and the party was going to try to get together and make a plan for when the cultists left the caravan, but we never could because a young lady, a copper-haired girl, that thought she recognized Vero, came and was just giving him the stink eye the whole time she was there. And he had a hood up, so she really didn't know it was him, but she had her suspicions. And we've all kind of noticed that this copper-haired girl is maybe on to Vero. We don't know.
Yay!
And then the mean group of halflings that started it off.
What?
The mean group of halflings. Long nose.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't write that down.
Well, Longnose, they have a thing for Elios.
Yep,
A
they went
thing?
after
You mean
him
they were
and tried to make him
bullying
take
him?
off his shoes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have a thing for feet. They were bullying
Totally,
Elios.
totally sus because he wears shoes. How dare?
How dare he have shoes? Oh my
There's
god.
got to be something wrong with his feet.
Mm.
They're convinced.
Maybe he has athlete's foot.
Halflings don't get athlete's foot.
Real quick
Because they
question.
don't normally wear shoes, obviously.
Did you
Halflings
reset
foot.
the puns?
I thought I did. Why did
I'll do it real
Oh,
quick,
perfect.
just in case.
The thing, the thing finds the weirdest things to block.
What?
Well, it saw perverts and it blocked it. All right, so you guys remember and know, so it's no surprise, I do have 2 inspiration and 1 halfling's luck left. There is no hexes. I haven't used them yet, so
You
eventually-
haven't.
I have yes.
Insomnia.
Insomnia came at the end of the game and gave me 2 more, so I have them again. All right, he tried to give them to somebody, and then I think they already had, so they just turned around and.
No, that was snack.
No, this is I keep track of them in different tables. Each table has a note with how many I have. So, all right.
Halfling's foot is like leprosy for halflings.
I know it's horrific. So anyway, so you guys are on the road. We had ended with you all basically retiring for the evening. It was going to be a new day. Copper had been keeping an eye on you, and basically you're moving out. So a few things are going to happen over the course of the day, and this is kind of, we actually said this almost at the beginning of the last session, but Roz, Copper, you'll notice her always keeping an eye on your group. Not your group so much, but basically Ginia and Vero. And Vero can't hide all the time because his task is to help, guard these wagons and guide them, and he is going about his daily task. So while he's doing that, she's trying to catch sight of him, and you can see like if he's on one side, because I'm assuming Vero is trying to avoid her and keeping himself covered. So like if he's walking,
I feel like I'd be scolded if I didn't.
Yeah. So if Vero is walking on one side of the wagon, you'll see she'll try to shift to that side so that she can get a look at him. Then Vero will move like behind the wagon. She won't drop back from her group, but she will try to angle her to get a look at Vero, or anyone talking to him. So
I feel like I'm just sporadic enough where that's also difficult, where I just suddenly climb on the cart.
Right. I'm giving that you are. Yeah. You just disappeared. She's like, she'll look around for you, but
I'm ADHD enough where I just ooh.
Squirrel.
But the problem is, as I was about to say, is she's also watching the people you talk with. So, you and Elios, your friendship is much under scrutiny. She, has taken to watching where Elios is.
It's
And
okay, she's just jealous of our friendship.
she's also keeping an eye on Ginia. Not so much Ginia, because you don't actually spend as much time with Ginia as you do Elios. Currently, but she also keeps an eye on the brothers that you work for.
Yes. Who are these 2 fellas that are employing this man? What is their relationship?
Yeah, so she's definitely keeping an eye on you. And I don't know, you would think maybe she's trying to learn. Now, Roz, you see this clearly because you have a free run of the camp, so you always wandering around. She sounds jealous, psycho crush. You're always wandering around. You get to sit on top of wagons. People kind of give you, like I said, it's almost like it's a blessing if you've chosen that person's wagon to sit on. The only people that don't feel that way is your former employer. He doesn't want, if you're not going to come back and work for him, he doesn't want you near him. So that's Alto. The cultists, they don't let anybody ride on their wagons, so you're no exception. They keep to themselves. They're grouped together now, but they still keep to themselves even in the caravan. The guy that you don't like, he kind of likes when you're near, but he doesn't like the looks you give him.
Oh, the guy that wants to steal my bow.
No.
Or the guy that beats the horse.
The guy that beats the horse.
Okay.
The guy that wants to steal your horse is a guard. He doesn't have a wagon. He just he's a caravan guard.
That's right. Yeah.
He's jealous of you being like if you come and sleep on the wagon that he's in charge of. He has no say. He's already tried to tell the people he works for that you shouldn't be up there, and they're like, "What are you kidding? That's the best luck we can have tonight." So he just hates you more and more every day.
What did we name that one? Was that one Chet or
Chet?
that one was Chet?
Yeah, it's Chet. Chet, like the one from what is it? Weird Science? The brother, the older brother.
Yeah, the one no one liked.
Yeah, I like that actor though. He
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Well, the actor's fine.
Yeah, but
Character.
but yeah, the character. Yes, everybody hated him, and he was a bully, and that's who we named him after. As far as Songbird, business, business is up again. Bade is, he's in good spirits. He's got to spend time with you and Ginny the other night while you were cooking. I'm not cooking, but cleaning up.
Cleaning.
Does he wait on them on bated breath?
No.
Ah, por fin.
I don't know if I reset it, so go ahead and start
I did.
counting. Okay, go ahead.
Whoops.
No, that wasn't it.
Well, now I know how to figure out what count we're at, though.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize.
His
There we go.
pun threw me off too. So
Derailed his train of thought.
yeah, he did.
You could hear it crash.
I was like, all right. So, oh yeah. So he's thrilled because he got to spend time with his lady admirer. I was gonna say lady love, but he hasn't gotten that far yet. So he's just but he's thinking there's hope.
That's cute.
And that's about it. I mean, that's what's going on in the camp right now. Viros every now and then will like show up with his hair standing on end.
We're just still doing zappy zappy. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's that's why it's zappy zappy. And a few days will pass with not much going on, other than this girl keeping on you guys. Ginia, you do notice that the person you stole the staff from,
Recovered the staff from.
yeah,
Yeah.
tomato tomato.
Recovered. He stole
Agreed.
it.
What is that?
We recovered it.
What is that annoying phrase? Agree to disagree.
Oh.
I can't steal what's mine.
Yeah, exactly.
His attitude towards you
Said the British Empire.
is one of avoidance. Like he's basically jockeyed his wagon away from you when you guys make camp at night. They are far from you as possible. He doesn't look in your direction. His employee, the one you think that was paid to steal, he's oblivious. Like, it comes to your attention that he was so drunk that night he doesn't remember anything. And he's a little confused, especially since his employees, like, he's definitely, pissed off at him and treats him like shit now.
Mm-hmm.
But if you like walk by or come into view, he quiets, turns, closes his eye, avoids looking at you. He has a new tent stick though.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But
Did he get his tent patched all right? Because there were 2 very large human-sized holes that were cut in it before we ended last week.
yeah, they're still there, but now there's like stitching that goes around. If it rains though, they leak.
Oh darn!
Yeah, because
So sad.
That's too bad.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's really about it. So, what do you guys like, what do you have on the agenda? You have a few days of travel, and not really much is going on for the next few days. Um, you do know that within a few days you will be arriving at uh Long Saddle. I almost forgot the name of the town. So you're not far. You probably have maybe a week and a half left. Now remember, a week is 10 days, so you probably have 14 days or 15 days left, which is 2 weeks to us. But in Faerun, it's a week and a half. But Karen still thinks we're behind schedule, so she is kind of pushing, trying to leave early. Um, you know, push on into darkness, but she's got a few people pushing back at her because the animals, you want to rest the animals, and they don't want to be able to be, they don't want to be stranded out here because the animals can't go on. So while she would like to skip some of the rest days, everybody is very adamant about that's not a thing that you can do. Anyone?
Well,
Well,
Ginny's going to
Mira's
be
in
on the
hiding.
side of the people who want to take the rest days, because pretty much any position Karen takes, I'm going to take the opposite of it at this point.
Oh, okay.
I knew a villain arc was coming.
I mean, Karen kind of earned it.
She did. She did.
Well, she was like in a bad position too. In her defense.
I mean, you can defend her all you want, but I stood up for her on several different occasions, and she basically was just like, "Sorry about your bad luck. See you later. Bye." So
That's kind of true.
mm-hmm.
So, all right. So yes, you'll go out your way to. Well, she no longer leads by opinion or votes, since Roz at the beginning of the trip kind of laid into her for that. But
The first delay that happened.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So she is like making decisions, but the first time she tried to skip that, it went bad, and people were just like, "We're not leaving." So
Well, especially since we're short animals anyway.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I know you had to split one out because of the people you rescued. So
Well, and because of the animals that were killed by the spiders.
Mm-hmm.
that too.
We lost one or two, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You did. Right, but then I think they did some jockeying around, and
Yeah.
like, so wagons that should have 2 horses, some of them are down to 1.
Right. But I mean, we want to make sure that the animals get the rest that they need. Otherwise, we are going to end up stranded because they are being pushed harder than they normally would be.
Right, and that's part of the reason why you guys are. The trip is taking longer than expected. I don't know what that was. Oh, I see what it is. And I have to go look because I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Rhino. We'll wait for you. We'll just talk about you while you're gone.
But we'll only say nice things.
No, we won't.
Absolutely.
As far
Yeah,
as
we
he
will.
knows.
No, we won't.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, maybe we will. I wonder if
He already did it. He did it a long time ago.
did he?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I did that a while ago. I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
I just saw it now.
Timestamps on the message. Yeah.
I didn't look at the timestamp. I just read it real quick. All right. Oh yeah, he did do it a while ago. Never mind. So everything seems to be working now. Anyway,
So when I did my thing, and then it cut me off, and I'm like, after I finished, and then it shut down again. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna shut it off while everyone else does their introductions, and then hopefully it doesn't do it again.
perfect. All right. So, other than going against poor Karen, is there anything else you guys want to do?
I'm in.
Wait, hold on.
Is
I feel like I should go down the line. So, Ginia you are going against Karen on most of her votes. Is there anything else you want to achieve over the next few days?
Well, I feel like we need to all kind of get together and try to discuss what the plan is should the cultists decide that they're going to leave.
All right, so you're gonna try to regroup everybody again. How
Yeah.
would you like to go about that?
I feel like we need to do it late at night after the tavern closes because obviously meeting at the tavern is not the best idea.
All right,
And
so
hopefully we can get together and meet when Copper is not watching. She can't be awake all the time.
all right, so a secret meeting after dark sounds like a plan. Hold, Elios. Elios is just kind of a loaf of bread. He's like, whatever they want to do. But no, Elios, what do you want to do?
I would like to turn it into a loaf of bread because bread is great with lots of foods.
You don't have that ability. Sorry,
Not yet, I don't. But
not yet.
I might.
Eventually, maybe one day.
The way I carry myself is quite a loaf.
Oh, that one's a stretch, bro.
Because aloof is a word.
I know.
Mhm.
How's it a stretch?
I don't know.
I'm counting it.
It's just
Some people pronounce it a loaf.
it didn't hit me.
Who the pronounces it a loaf?
I'm sure some British person probably somewhere
Yeah.
because of their accent.
Yep, accents tend to kick in.
What accent?
Anyway,
Zimbabwean?
Ay, Dios. Sígalo.
Anyway, Elios, go ahead.
I'm gonna ask Vero if he has some paper, and then if he does, I'm gonna draw him a picture.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw him a picture of my family,
Oh.
my entire family.
Oh. That should be
Yes.
interesting. Do you have a picture ready? Or are you going to describe it to him?
I can describe it to him secretly.
That's fine. That means you're going to have to type it and send it to him.
I can do that.
Okay. So you are going to describe that to Vero. I'm going to come back to you then.
Okay.
All right, because I don't know how that's going to go over. So I'm going to come back to you, Vero.
What am I doing?
I don't know. I'm asking. This is you're
I'm
telling me
going-
what you're doing.
What am I doing though? No. I mean, I guess
That
I'm kind
tracks.
of on cart arrest. I'm sticking close to the cart and not trailing far from it. My interactions are probably going to be with Elios almost strictly, and then I'm not going to wander far. Be the tent or whatever. I'm just kind of,
Avoiding Copper.
yeah, I was scolded about being launched, so I'm
I don't
in my
remember you.
uncomfortable.
I don't remember you getting scolded.
I was told to wear something I don't want to wear. I was scolded.
Oh, okay.
He was punished.
Put on this sweater. You hate me.
almost
It's
like
like
he
that.
put in a share shirt. Oh my god.
Mhm. Yep.
Oh my
I'm
God.
feeling
I'll
like
wear
a
the share
cow
shirt
if you
with you.
So I'm spending time with just spending my free time with Elios, sign language stuff with the twins, but not leaving the camp.
Okay. And then we have Roz. Roz, what do you got going on?
Yes. Well, he's going to continue finishing making his arrows that he spent and could not recover.
I think you used all your heads already. I would say you had 20 heads already.
Yeah, and I was only down. I was down to 5 arrows. So if I make them all, I'll have 5 left.
Okay.
So, but anyway, he'll finish that up, and other than that, he's going to. On this day, he's going to kind of infiltrate the camp more, just walking around, and if he walks by any of the 4 others, he is going to say, "We need to meet, but under the covers of darkness or something."
Thank God you finished that sentence.
I was like, phrasing. Finish the sentence.
Because I think everybody already knows what Roz is going to do if we don't get some plan going here.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's gonna run off by
Mhm.
himself.
Absolutely.
They're gonna get you a shock collar, I'm telling you. You
Choke
wander
jam.
off to it. Where you going? All right. So you're gonna go around, basically try to get message to all of them. Roz, do me a favor. Roll me a stealth check. I want to see. It's gonna be more like how successful are you able to like get close to all of them. Ooh. Like, so the only one you can get that message to without being seen is probably Elios, because he wanders out to do tracking as well. Remember,
Yeah.
so everybody else is either every time you've tried, somebody's been watching, somebody's been paying attention, somebody has been too close by,
Okay.
so you can't get the message to Elios. You just rolled really low.
Yeah. And that's, other than what he does every day, nothing special. Perimeter checks in the morning and the evening, and making the arrows during the day.
All right, yeah, SOP. All right, Songbird.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I am, well, there's still the regular old tavern work, so I'm guessing Bade is ecstatic that everything's picking up now.
Yeah, I said that part.
Yeah, probably trying to avoid his questions of when's the next time Junior's going to come in, or sorry, when Nanya's going to come and visit.
He's not like he isn't he's not that pushy.
No, I'm
Like,
not calling that pushy, more like questioning, curious.
like he doesn't give you the third degree about it. He might walk by and he's like, "You think she's gonna come by today?" But like he doesn't push the issue. Like if you say no, he's like, "Oh, all right."
Yeah, those are those questions, I mean.
Well, no, you make it sound like he's like really annoying about it.
Oh, well, my bad. I didn't mean to put it that way. But no, just how you described it is what I was meaning.
Okay.
I know because after the first meeting kind of went down the wayside, uh, Sunbird's probably trying to get attention, trying to see if anyone comes by, or at least in passing, try to see is like, are we going to meet again? Because she really wants to get to tell Roz something, but they weren't. The meeting that they were supposed to have was just kind of
Right. Well, it's the same situation for you as it is for us. So, if you want to go talk to somebody, are you concerned that anybody sees you talking to them?
No, because I'll walk around usually like dropping off drinks to people that can't come to the tavern or anything like that. I'm sure there's specific ones that have a setup with Bade.
No. Nobody has a setup with Bade to have drinks delivered. You've only done that on your own accord.
Well, they've seen us fight together, and I've walked over and talked to them before, so it wouldn't
Right.
be something new.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you doing it. My question is, do you care if anybody sees you or if you're trying to do it stealthily? If you're trying to do it stealthily, you got to do the same thing Roz did, is roll the dice. If you don't care, you can just walk up and talk to one of them. So just pick one and talk to them, or all of them.
It'll probably be easier to go to Junya because Vero's being watched, Roz is running around, and Elias is either running around or with Vero anyway.
Okay. So you can have a conversation with Jania.
Mm-hmm. Are we doing this as in passing, or I'm actually going to have this conversation now?
Well, I mean, let her. Well, specifically, what you're gonna tell her. You don't have to have the actual conversation. Just the bullet points.
Okay, basically, walking up, she'll have like a mug of something in her hand and hand it over to Junya. Probably it'll be like earlier in the evening before everything starts getting going, and then asking, okay, when are we trying again? And this time, where? Because agreeing with Junya, tavern's out.
Yep, since I think 3 of us are in one location and it's easier to hide for Vero where he's at.
Mhm.
After the tavern closes, we should probably just meet meet in our tents and try to figure out what we're gonna do if these people break off and go a different direction.
Mhm.
Because I I feel like Bait is gonna have a real problem if you disappear,
Mm.
and he's got a real big mouth, and I would hate to leave the brothers without any sort of protection because they're good dudes.
Right. No, that's agreed.
So we just need to really get a hold of Roz because Vero and Ilios are gonna probably hang out near or in the tents anyway, and I can talk to them when I get back.
Well, doesn't Ilios usually go running around?
He
So-
does. He
so ma-
does. So maybe
that
we
one-
can have him
Mhm.
let Roz know what the plan is as far as where we want to meet and when.
Mhm. Sounds good.
Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna head back. I'll have that conversation with Elios, and we will see you later tonight.
Did you chug the cup, or am I gonna like pretend and go whee?
I mean, I'm gonna. We probably should have an understanding that if you're bringing me a cup to make it look like what you're bringing me a drink, it's just
Mhm.
got water in it. So I'm gonna chug the water and hand you the cup.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice and refreshing. Okay, then I will head back.
And then I'm gonna say very loudly, "That was really good mead. Everybody should go get some at the tavern." A little bit of free
You
advertising.
need to get yourself some.
There we go. Bravo. Da, 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 da. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm.
Okay. I was sorry. I was just reading.
Mhm.
All right. So, Ginia, you and Songbird have your conversation. You go tell Elios and Vero real quick,
Mm-hmm.
and then Elios, you have a conversation with Roz. What are you telling Roz?
I'm telling Roz things.
Well, you and Roz kind of bump into each other, so I don't know if he wants to tell you something or you're going to tell him something. Because remember, you have information from Ginny. Basically, the group has decided they all want to meet sometime at night undercover, so you're kind of the intermediary between like everyone because out of the entire group, you're the only one that travels out into the woods as often as Roz does.
Okay. Well, if when I bump into Roz, I will say, I have been told by Ginia that you need to stop by our tent later tonight. Apparently, there is an important meeting.
Ah, yes, the meeting that has not happened yet. Yes. Very well. Is there a certain time? Are we meeting everyone going into tent when little copper-haired girl could see?
It is. It was after the tavern closes.
Very well. Ross will be in the shadows. Once he sees everyone go into the tent, he will come to the tent shortly thereafter.
Okay. So, for the most part, the days, like, this is a couple of days after the situation with the Copper Girl. So, everything is, as we said, she's watching, trying to avoid her. But this night, it is actually Hold on. So if you wait a couple of days, the new moon will hit. And that lasts for like that lasts a few days. It was like almost a new moon she, uh, when everything went down. Remember, you guys were running around in the dark. So it before it starts getting brighter in the sky, you guys can schedule. So like you got a few days for that. So you can use that to your advantage.
Sounds like a plan.
Getting together, Ginia, Vero, Elios, you're all there already. So it's just a matter of Songbird and Roz breaking away. Songbird, after like the tavern closes up and the last drinker wanders off back to their wagons. It's fairly late, but Bade is again thrilled. When you go to leave, though, he's like, "Where are you going?"
Well, just gonna go walk around. You know, the tavern's done, everything's out. It's been a busy time, so I'm just gonna walk around.
Okay, well, be careful. It's dark out there,
I'll stay near the carts, I
It's-
promise.
It's been kind of quiet the last couple of days.
You had to go and say that.
Yeah.
You had to go and say that, babe. I will stay near the carts. And if anything, maybe I'll luck out and be near Nanya.
How is that lucky?
Hello, badass fighter.
Oh. Okay. Well, I still be careful.
I'll be careful. I promise.
So, you'll head over. Like, you'll head over, sneaking around, heading over to the tent. Roll me a stealth check.
Delphi.
What are you doing back there, child? I see you moving about.
My money's on food.
Probably. Alright, so you head over there and kind of like are constantly like running into somebody or just like, hey, and at a certain point you guys can hear her outside talking to somebody and she's like, I'm just gonna go, oh hey, how you doing? And it's just people that have just left the tavern that have been drinking. So for the most part, they're
Too drunk to remember.
you don't know if they're too drunk to remember, but they definitely have been drinking, so they're overly friendly. So you have to like manage your way past quite a few people, and then you finally just like, I'm just going into the tent. And you go into the tent. So you have been seen going into the tent. It's obvious.
Fantastic. How bad was that roll?
You couldn't get any lower.
Oh. Wait, don't I have halflings?
Do you?
I don't know. Don't I have
You
one?
do. You do have
Yeah.
one. You know what?
I
It's
never
too
get
late.
to use it. It's too late.
I forgot I didn't see it. I should have probably said something.
Mm-hmm. Fine.
Don't worry. Because you had it and I made the mistake, I won't make it like very consequential that people saw you.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Basically,
Okay.
So basically, everyone saw me getting accosted by everybody that had been at the tavern and everything, and I was just running in there for safety.
Yeah, that's probably what most people would think.
There we go.
All right. That being said,
Save me! Save me.
Roz, you
Yes.
do see the last of your companions like enter the tent.
Okay. He is very suspicious of the copper-haired one. He is going to hide in shadows, and he's going to wait till the very last person that he sees walking around is gone. But he's also going to be very cognizant of if there's anyone moving out in the shadows themselves.
All right, so do me a favor. Roll me a perception check. Because if somebody's sneaking around, we want to see if you can see them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be suspicious. All right. So you don't see the copper-haired girl. In fact, you don't see too many of the cultist members. Now remember, they do have guards stationed. So you see like one guard sitting up on the top of the wagon, not sitting on the wagon, but like in the driver's seat, just sitting there like huddled with a blanket over him, looking around. You see another one standing at the back, smoking his pipe, and you see that throughout the camp. There's guards stationed throughout the camp, usually by their wagons or the wagons they're assigned to. So for the most part, you could avoid most of them. Daniel and the Roz boys sometimes make that hard for you because they will start talking to you and reporting to you, but you manage to avoid them as well. You do see a couple of halflings. One of them you recognize, it's Long Nose, and him and a couple of halflings are not too far away by the wagons, and it looks like they're rolling dice. They haven't seen you or anything, but you do note them, and they're basically like just under like a wagon wheel on the side playing dice together.
Okay. Well, he's going to come in from whatever way is going to have the least amount of eyes potentially see him. I mean, if they're playing dice on the north side of the wagon train, he's going to come in from the south. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
Whatever way they are, he's going to come in from the opposite way and do the low cat crawl up to the tent.
Okay.
And just kind of go in.
All right. Roll me a stealth check real quick.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I picked up my dice. Damn it.
Come on, dice.
Okay. All right. So you creep your way over, and you also enter the tent. When you enter the tent, you see the four of them all inside waiting for you.
Haha. A fancy meeting you all here.
Hello, mister.
Okay. Roz thinks we should whisper in just in case someone stands outside of the tents. Yes.
Oh, it wasn't meant to be that loud, but my voice is already scratchy enough.
So-
I can go stand outside the tent to make sure that no one approaches.
This is not a bad idea, little one. That is, and then Roz, Abiro can brief you on what the plan is. Very good idea.
I'm helping as I walk out the tent.
All right.
Do we know his story yet? This is Songbird asking. Because she hasn't been around the group and everything like that, and she knows Elias's been hanging out with them. So it's like, do we know his story yet?
Roz knows nothing.
Not the whole thing, but I think he'll tell us when he's ready.
I think Vero would just regurgitate what it is that he's told everyone, that he's looking for his brother.
Yes, this Roz does know. Can confirm, yes.
Okay. So that's all he's said, nothing much other than that.
Roz has barely spoken to him except when he is doing checks.
Hmm.
But regardless, what are we doing when the cultists leave? Are we just going to all just say, okay, bye-bye, and leave?
So,
This way?
the first question I have, just in general, in character or otherwise, is going to be, what was the end goal again? It's been so damn long since we got this actual mission that I knew that they'd split off, but what was the specific information? Was it we needed to know the direction they were going, exactly where they went? What was the detail in the information that we needed to get?
Are you asking the DM?
I'm asking anyone, technically, so if anyone here can tell me.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, the general point was to find out what they were up to and everything. So it kind of includes everything you just asked. If you
How are
did
we
it as
supposed to?
Vero, that's what
So who's
Songbird's
been?
saying.
Has anyone been talking to the cultists if we need to figure out what they're doing?
No, they will not speak to anyone. They barely speak to each another.
How are we
Because-
supposed to know what they're doing if no one's talked to them,
Well,
or they
I
won't
think
talk
that
to
this is our
anyone?
mission. We are to follow them to find out where they are camping.
So we have to need to figure out where on the map their camp is, or they broke off here and they went east
Well, east
from this point.
is big area. We
Well, I
should
mean,
at least
we're
find out
talking-
where they stop. Perhaps they
mean-
go to more cultists. Maybe they lead us to the.
That's
The
why
leader of the
that's why I'm asking, because I mean that could be follow for a day or two and get a general sense of where they're going, or we could continue on another trail for another month or two trying to figure out exactly where they're going. There's a huge difference between finding a general idea of where they're going and finding out exactly where they're going. That's I don't remember what information we needed specifically, and also I feel like that's very on character because it wasn't me who was given this job directly. Because my question for this is because which is also find weird, is that they would have us get jobs, swear our service to these people for money with the intent that we're not going to fulfill our contract and our promise.
I'm just trying to read my notes here.
On
I
a
figured
side
that's-
note, I feel like we shouldn't keep Vero up this late to have meetings because he's obviously cranky.
I'm cranky because I don't get to have all my normal outdoor activities because I've been
He's
Quarantine.
He's
going
got cabin
stark.
fever.
it's just
He's got cabin fever.
it's a whole lot of confusion. I'm just confused. Like I don't know, and part of it is that I like the people we work for. I
Yeah.
made a promise to them that we were going to do this for them, and it's been doing it for months, and we're not too far off from completing what that promise was. If something happened, we left and something happened, it'd be a tough one to forgive myself for. If I could.
I think we are supposed to be finding out why they're pillaging towns. Who are they working for? What is their goal? Where is their base?
Is that
And
this one, or was that the original set of instructions when we found?
No, that was
when we
this one
first
because
went
they
to
were
that was this
moving.
one. Yeah, because we get like within the next day we were on wagon trains. We were on the wagon train, the caravan.
All right. So it has been some time since you have talked to him, but you were given a specific set of instructions. I just think that it may have
that much I know. I
Right.
just
I think that it may
Seashells,
have been that you
seashells,
guys are not
seashells, sure.
remembering what those
The
exact
seashells
instructions
seashells
are. So
no.
I would
Seashore
say
shell-
that I mean I think you guys would know them. I just don't think somebody took notes and wrote them down at the time, or they're buried somewhere in your notes. So I will remind you. because I think this is important, and I don't think you guys would have forgot it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though
Zero would have forgot it.
technically it's almost the same amount of time as we've been playing, so maybe you did. All right, so they want two. You have two specific questions to answer. Okay, they want to know one, where exactly is the loot going? Okay, because they know that they've been stealing loot. They know that they've been hoarding stuff. They want to know where it's going. Okay, so that's one specific question. And the other question is why? Like, what is their plan for it? So those are the two questions you're trying to answer.
It is amazing. Ross just said both of those things.
Well, you said it in your accent, so I didn't catch it.
Does the DM not speak Roz?
I don't, and it's hard.
Where's Daniel? I need Daniel here to interpret. Daniel, are you here?
Honestly, I didn't hear you say it, Roz, and I didn't catch it. I know that like you guys were like talking about it, and
You were waving to someone on camera. Ross saw it.
Probably, it probably was. Go ahead. Actually, I was looking for it too.
The only other idea, if you wish, is for one certain person to follow these caravans of the cultists and report back.
How would you do
Five
that?
of
If,
us could
so you say the
trudge
issue
along.
is, I mean, the issue is if with the specificity, how specific the information they need, we don't know where they're going. So it could be a day out of the way. It could be a month out of the way.
Yes.
Hmm.
So a month
But-
for one or a month for five?
But
Or it could be a day out of the way, but we don't know. And a month later, we realize, hey, where's Roz? And you could be dead in a ditch somewhere. So I feel like that's probably not the most wise decision.
Mhm.
Ross has already told all of you, whatever you decide, Ross will do. But you must think of one or five.
The only thing I
Trying to-
can offer, if you're choosing this, I can offer you 1 hour.
Ross has been confused by this, but carry on.
That spell that I use to get Genia's stick back.
What happened to Genia's stick?
You used you
Her
used a
staff.
spell to you used a
What
spell
happened
to get her stick
Ross
back.
Ross knows nothing of these staff. What
The gentleman that had interest.
Somebody
in the
dropped
staff took it.
the staff
And
was in here.
so, okay.
Okay, it matters not. 1 hour is
So 1 hour, I used a spell to get it back. It was an invisibility spell, but it only lasts an hour.
how many persons can you make invisible for 1 hour?
As of right now, it looks like just one, but I need to double check on
So
that.
we're back to one.
Yes, which of course is what you do prefer.
Well, look, Ross does not prefer it. Ross is
Mhm.
thinking,
What-
what is the word? With logics. See, 5 people in the woods or in the field, trying to be stealthy, be
Mhm.
unseen, as opposed to one who lays flat on the ground and
Which I'm okay with. But as an added protection, since you can be stealthy and sneaky, I am offering a protection of invisibility. However, the agreement would have to be you come back before that hour is over. So
Okay,
it's a
well-
quick kind of recognizance.
Right. The
How far do
range.
we travel in an hour normally in this caravan?
In an hour?
Yeah.
Uh,
2 miles.
yeah, about
2 miles
that.
an hour. Yeah, that's about what you're doing.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't think it would be far.
No, you guys are not going fast at all. Remember, some of the wagons are
And
being pulled by oxen.
I know, I know. I'm just because I don't see that the cultists breaking off would pick up their speed. They would probably, at best case, keep the same pace. I was
Mm,
just curious, and
I guess
Well,
it depends on what their time frame is and everything. If they feel like they need to rush, then they probably would pick up their speed.
you.
they,
So, I feel. Well, I'm not there, so I'm not saying nothing. Never mind. Continue.
they still only have one horse per cart, if I recall correctly. You can only go as fast as a horse will pull a cart full of people and materials.
Fair.
You could push them up front, but it'll again, gestures.
But
Can't.
the possibility of invisibility could possibly help get him closer to the carts so maybe he can hear something.
Have you seen them talking amongst themselves?
They have been actually recently, and apparently it's been knocked down to this really big guy with red hair. Maybe like Copperhead, but brighter. So he's a big bulky man.
So what's the? I mean, if we don't have to leave the caravan, I mean that's fine. But what happens in the hour that he travels the distance for an hour with them, trying to listen? If he doesn't get any info and he returns as they continue to travel, what's the plan then?
Or what if we just have her make Roz invisible before they break off to see if we can hear anything?
I mean, that could get information before they. I mean, that's possible. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he disappears all the time, anyways.
Mm-hmm. So it
Yep.
wouldn't be suspicious at all if he's not seen for an hour. And I mean, it would be purely luck if they were saying anything at the time he was listening, but it's better to try to hear something before they break off than it is to wait until they break off and then potentially split everybody up.
Yeah, it's been noticeable that they're now kind of bonding together.
Yeah, and since they
So,
are traveling together and talking more openly amongst themselves, there is a better chance now of them saying something that we might need to hear.
yep.
This is what we decide.
I mean, does that mean we're going to have another meeting if we have the chance before they split off? Depending on what that says, or we, I mean, again, like,
Well,
I made a promise to these people, don't want to just up and leave them, but I know that we're supposed to do something, but again, we have no idea if it's a day out of the way, if it's weeks out of the way, if it's.
is there any way to possibly have an arrangement? Maybe, I don't know, how close have you gotten with these brothers?
What are you? I don't know what you're asking for.
How close is the bond that you have with these brothers? Like,
I
do
guess
you
that would
trust?
really depend on what it is that you're trying to ask of them.
Yes. Well, it would be more of the thing is like if all of a sudden you had to leave, you know, just kind of express to them there's a possibility that could happen, and then that you would just maybe
I,
Mm-hmm.
find replacements.
The
my best
concern
guess
is
is they would ask why. And the last time we tried to stop just to help that gentleman we unburied, they tried to stop and wait, and almost waited till they were left behind by the caravan.
and the concern is not that they're going to be mad that we left, but that we're leaving them without protection when we don't know if there's anybody in the caravan that we could trust to actually protect them once we leave.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is like maybe one of the Roz boys, they seem to follow your lead and everything, and you are
But
a
they work for Karen,
cautious.
don't they?
Yeah, they have the Roz boys are already hired out, so they have their own commitments.
We would be
Mm.
leaving those who we guard if we left without guard.
Right now, there are a couple of people in the caravan that may be looking for work, but one group of them is the companions.
Nope.
Okay.
There's no way.
Nope.
The rest of them look like just, either pilgrims or people just hitching a ride. So as far as like competent, you guys were the last group of people to join that were hired in as either bodyguards or guards.
Mm.
Anybody else who's joined the caravan since then was either in need or just wanted to hitch a ride, which you do see people like they are sitting in the back of wagons having conversations, just riding along because safety in numbers. Now, as far as, the wiles of the Sword Coast, you have put some of the more dangerous areas behind you as far as beast. Now you're getting into the territory where there's more the threat of man. Brigands tend to like the northern roads, the trade way. Brigands tend to like populate. So there's more like some would say there's more of a chance of being attacked now because men don't have,
I wonder about. I keep wanting to call him Carlton, but Carton, the one we
Carlin.
dug out.
Carlin.
Carlin.
Yeah.
Yeah. See that I keep wanting to call him Carlton, but Carlin.
Fresh Prince.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm imagining him dancing.
Exactly. It's exactly what pops in my head. I'm like, God dang it. That's not his name. Stop it. So, what about him?
What about him?
I mean,
He's not
the
here.
brothers. I'm making a suggestion
Oh.
of asking. Anyway, to my group, it's, the brothers were trying to stop and actually help him and everything. They were kind of along the side. So it's kind of one of those I feel like if I almost said Carlton again. God dang it. Carlton would hear us out a little bit. Maybe he would be willing to if the brothers are okay with that.
Listen, there's one possibility, one plan, if you will, that we have not think of yet. Many of you, he looks at Songbird and Ginia and even Vero, have made connections here in this caravan. Yes, you have grown close to people here in this caravan. The other plan is we watch them go. And we keep with the caravan. We protect those that we have come to respect, we have come to like, and we say forget this mission because the ones that we are with here, they mean more to us than the gold that is going in an opposite direction. Personally, Raz would rather go by himself. But on the same times, Raz does not want to leave this caravan to whatever ills may befall them. So, the decision must be made. we stay with the caravan? Or do 1, 2, 3, all 5 chase after these and leave the caravan somewhat defenseless? By your silence, it speaks.
Well, actually, I'm trying to adjust my earbuds because I had to switch.
With our earbuds.
My concern, though, Roz, is if we don't finish this mission, we could be putting all of these people that we have created these bonds with, as well as everybody else in the entire countryside, in greater danger. Because we don't know what the end game is for this cult.
Are the 5 of us the only ones trying to track down where this cult headquarters is? Out of all of Verun, is 5 of us are the only ones? Perhaps we get to Waterdeep and we meet back up with what's his name, the fancy dressed one, and he says, we have heard word that, and then we leave. We go on this quest from Waterdeep with our consciences intact, because we left no one behind to suffer what fate may await them on this tradeway road. Raz does not fear someone dressed in fancy dress. Raz fears hearing that this entire caravan was wiped out because we were not there to protect it, as we have done valiantly along the way.
You make a valid point. However, the charge was for the good of all of us, for the protection of all of us, to find out what this cult is up to. Because the end result could be disastrous for our whole world.
This is true.
This is something that's basically for the greater good.
So, then we must cast our lots.
We must. I don't want to leave them unprotected. Colton was one that was trying to follow and got caught. So we are not the first to do this, but it seems like we're the ones that get the furthest. And I'm going to see this through.
Apparently I've been spotted. So there's also that.
Which also puts this caravan, the brothers, in possible danger. If it's true that Vera has been spotted.
So, since no one wants to do it, Raz will cast his lot to stay on this caravan. We will take note, and possibly even Raz will follow for a short distance to see if they make an adjustment in their heading.
Happens.
But Raz is not willing to leave these innocent ones. So there, Raz lot is cast.
Suppose we end up making it to Long Saddle, where they resupply and everything like that, and we disengage there as their guards. Would that be an option? because then they would be in a place where they could hire more.
Even though we are contracted through Waterdeep.
Like I said, it's something that I was charged with. And to me, there is a greater good in protecting all of us than for a
Do you-
short time protecting some of us.
Do you plan on telling your employer, or are you just going to leave?
I'll eventually decide on that. It's kind of a give or take with him.
To be perfectly honest, Raz is not even sure that the one that is your employer, Karen, we do not know if they are under the employ of these cultists. We do not know. We leave, and the cultists are alerted because maybe this Karen one is part of the cult, masquerading as the leader of the Tradeway caravan.
Well, that's why we keep an eye. See what they plan to do.
Well, this one's mind has been made up. You, the rest, do what you will. Let Raz know. And with that, I bid you good night. And he looks out the flap, see if anybody's looking, anybody around. Gone.
I was going to say I would like more information before making a decision in regards to your plan of sneaking up with them, but I guess we can't plan that.
Well, I offered him chance of invisibility once it's kind of noticeable they may be thinking of something, so hopefully he has retained that information. Out of character. I'm looking at you, Local.
If we can maybe do the invisibility thing so that there's a chance that we might get some information.
I can cast it a couple of times and everything, as long as we're not planning to be very busy. Probably up to 3. I don't think we need 3 people invisible.
I can't have any, I don't think I can have any involvement in it.
Invisibility is a concentration spell. You're only going to be able to put it on one person
at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then, yeah, we're sticking with one person. I can still cast it and do after hour, but it's just gonna have to be one.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't have any involvement in it. I'm assuming if I disappear all of a sudden, that's going to be more of a problem than...
Yeah, that's going to be super suspicious if you all of a sudden have disappeared. And we all know that I am not the stealthiest thing.
Well,
Invisible don't make you quiet.
No.
Yeah, that's why I wanted it on Graceful Man.
It was more to Vero's comment. Like, it's only an hour. Like, if you disappeared for an hour, I don't think anybody would notice. If you disappeared for like a day, somebody would definitely notice. So that's the other thing. You're talking about like a meal.
The only time... Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend, solely depend on when the plan was to do that. During the caravan, it would get noticed if I suddenly disappeared.
Yeah, if you disappeared for like an hour in the middle of the day, yeah, somebody might notice because you should be working. But if it was
an hour during tea time, nobody's gonna notice.
Yeah, I doubt anybody would notice because you, especially over the last few days, since you've been hiding out in the tent.
Yeah.
I mean, one person might notice, and again, that's a might.
She's keeping an eye on you.
But again, that would require figuring that out. Which, yep, we'd have to just again figure out when we wanted to do that. If Rouse was going to try to do it while we are walking to see what if they discuss what their plans are while the caravan's moving and the noise of the caravan covers what they're doing, or someone else when it falls and they've pulled off to their little side camp, assuming that they can't figure out if someone don't have a way of sensing you.
That is a thought. The noise of the caravan probably would cover it up. You just have to be really careful because if there's casters that have, like, I don't know, booby traps set up and everything for when magic goes off around them.
Well, that would apply at any point then. That would.
Well, true, because there are casters in this caravan. But
I like how we talked about it, and I feel like we still need no ground on.
Yeah, it didn't.
I like the idea of trying to figure out more info because as of now, there's so much like unknown regarding. Even if it's we only have X amount of weeks before we make it all the way there. Like a timeline makes a huge difference, and this many days before we break off, and then we have this many days till we reach our we're meeting up. Like,
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
right now, it's just we're waiting.
We don't know
And hope
when they're leaving, if they're leaving, where they're going, which direction they'll be heading,
deciding
what they're
if
doing or why.
with all that information, we'd all have to up and leave at the same time, and hope that they don't catch us. And we don't have any idea of how long we would be. I mean, we could possibly not even have to leave the caravan if for some reason, through watching them, depending on how much time we have to watch them that close, are able to figure out where they're going and why they're going there with all this stuff.
That's possible. So, Roz, you head out, making sure nobody's looking at you. You do see Elio standing there fidgeting with his staff when you head out. Elios, you acknowledge Roz.
I give him a wave.
Alright. So you give him a wave. Roz, I'm assuming you just kind of storm past.
No, he'll say to him quietly as he walks past, maybe you can talk sense into them. And with that, he'll keep walking.
Okay. So once you head off, Elios, you're standing there. You kind of watch Roz leave for a minute, and you hear like laughter coming from the other group.
Wait, which other group? The ones inside the tent?
No,
or
the ones outside.
Okay.
The ones inside the tent you're part of.
Well, yeah, but I'm not in there.
I know.
in his defense, there's several groups. So who the hell's laughing?
I will. I'm gonna glance over at them, see if I can figure out why they're laughing.
Roll me an insight check. Whoops. You think they're kind of chuckling at you.
That doesn't mean anything to me. I am not hurt by their laughs.
Ignorance is bliss.
It definitely is. I'm gonna keep sitting here and messing with my quarterstaff until I'm told to come back in the tent.
Okay. Are you cooking?
No,
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
I'm not cooking now.
Oh, okay. It's a lot of prep work you've been putting in over there.
Yeah, it also requires like an overnight thing. So
What are you making?
Overnight oats?
I can't see what you just showed me.
watermelon.
You're making watermelon?
One of
Watermelon?
them.
How do you make watermelon?
Doing that.
She's cubing it, I think.
I did
Ooh.
that already. I'm doing the rinds.
She is part Cuban.
No, she's not.
What it is?
She is now.
Wait, what are you
For the
doing?
pun,
with
she
the-
is.
What are you
I'm not
doing?
even accepting that as
Making
pun.
rinds.
Why are you cubing the rinds?
We don't need. We don't need. Apparently, they're just racist against Cubans, so they
Wait,
won't even
what?
accept the pun.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Mhm.
which watermelon? Candied watermelon rinds?
Candy watermelon rinds?
We
That
switched the
sounds.
colors of the flag.
That sounds
Sure.
absurd.
That needs to be used.
I don't think.
Wait,
I
was
would
that one a
eat
pun? I couldn't hear.
Oh.
He's confused.
No, he's just baffled with the concept of candied watermelon rinds because watermelon rinds don't taste good. I don't understand why you'd candy them.
I don't know. I don't know who taught
Well-
her this nonsense.
When you
I got
candy and pickle
bored.
them, they actually turn out pretty good. We had
But
this
then they just
discussion
taste-
this morning.
but-
No,
They literally would probably just taste like
no,
whatever
no.
candied in her.
It's done.
I don't understand.
It's
What's going on
got to
over
be
there?
something her mother taught her, and I
No,
don't
she doesn't
approve.
buy watermelon.
So then,
To me, it feels like a TikTok.
maybe that's it. Where'd you learn this nonsense?
What?
This candied rind thing?
I
We
follow
did have a
Wix Maker.
discussion about it on my stream
Would
this
you? I
morning.
can't hear her if you talk. Hold on a second. What?
I follow way too many cooking channels.
Cooking channels. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it's safe.
And
Go-
If it's on a cooking
so-
channel, it's safe. If it's on TikTok, I don't
Have you?
trust it.
It depends. Depends on the cooking.
Have
channel.
fun.
This is-
I'm just so I such disappointment right now.
You don't like
It
fruit.
is
Anyway.
It's
a
not my
thing. You can
fault.
also pickle them too.
That still sounds gross.
Yeah, you're not helping, and I guess I'm gonna find out what they taste like. But anyway,
Yeah, you are.
moving on. Focus, people. 'Cause
We were focused. You're the one that derailed the
Uh-huh.
train.
You
all I
spent-
hear
it was
behind
your
me.
fault.
So this is what I hear behind me. So every now and then, when you guys get quiet, behind me, I hear. Oh, somebody copied
Owens?
something.
No.
I hear a knife cutting into a board. And this is constant. It's been going on for the last like 15 minutes. So I'm like,
It's been going on
finally, like,
longer than that.
what are you doing?
I've
Anyway.
been doing this almost as long
She's
as
trying
I've
to
been
drive
alive.
you insane.
Stop the stream. I need to know.
It's-
Yeah, it is.
Pretty
Because
much.
I'm not used to somebody being behind me making noise, and she's making noise. Stop it.
And with a knife. That's
With a knife.
also
That makes it
doubly
worse.
troubling.
Oh yeah.
So, but I can hear it cutting. And then hitting the board. I can't make the board sound. I get. But anyway. Back to what you guys are doing. So, yes, the other group was laughing. Roz has gone on about his business. Roz, where do you head? Just back to your bedroll?
He's gonna go and find Daniel.
You're gonna go find Daniel. Okay.
Mhm.
You go to find Daniel. Elios, you are staying outside until somebody tells you to come in. The three of you are having a conversation. Daniel is not very difficult to find, but I'm gonna say hold on there. You're with him. Like you find him standing
Okay.
to speak with you or whatever, and you pull him to the side.
Yeah.
Okay. He's happy to see you. You three inside. I know there's some disappointment because you feel like you're still lost. Roz has made a decision. The rest of you are thinking about trying to infiltrate the cultist wagons, or at least get close enough and get some information from them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you? Do you have more that you want to do with that conversation, or is it pretty much like I don't feel like we really got anywhere with this?
It can still be both.
That's probably true.
It kind of feels like both.
Okay. Do you want to continue to discuss it, or are you pretty much done for the evening?
How long have we been discussing this?
Roz maybe left like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, I mean in general, altogether, how long have we been having this discussion?
Hey, how long did you guys talk? 5 minutes?
No, it was longer than that.
Okay, maybe 10. It wasn't a very long, deep conversation. There was some debating, but it wasn't a long conversation. It took you longer to get together.
I mean, it was kind of straightforward of us just keeping an eye out, see if they're up to something, and then maybe casting invisibility for someone to go by and see if they can hear anything.
They're up to something. They've been up to something since they ransacked
Well-
Greenest.
Okay, let me rephrase that.
Probably before that, though, to be honest.
Now that they're moved
feel like-
together
Well-
and they seem to be building something. Go ahead, Junior.
I was just saying, I feel like they probably started, being up to something before Greenest, because that was sort of a coordinated attack, but that's neither here
Yeah.
nor there.
Meaning that now, at this point, since they actually moved their carts together and they seem to be communicating with each other, this is the part I'm talking about. And now I'm starting to talk like Ross.
Well, and I feel like the best course of action would be to have somebody able to sneak in there and hear if they're saying anything, so
'Cause I
that
feel
maybe
like
we
the
have
next-
information before they break off.
I was gonna say, I feel like the next weird thing that's going to happen is them just separating. I don't think that they're going to, announce suddenly become chatty with everyone else and be like, "We're leaving tomorrow." We're just gonna suddenly veer off or part
Yeah, I
ways
feel like
at some
if they
point.
leave, they're gonna just leave. They're not going to announce their departure. But they may talk about it amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm. Which is why, like, when we're traveling, I do like the idea of while we're traveling, it'll cover up some of the noise, and then maybe something will be said, because also while traveling, that also covers them. Words! Oh my god. Covers up them speaking to each other. Because at night, it's so quiet at night that trying to talk, they could be overheard unless they cast like a spell to block that sound. But if they're not casting that spell or anything like that, they could be heard through the silence. So while the cart is actually moving, could be when they're making their plans.
All right, so I'm gonna go talk to Roz,
Okay.
because he seems to be the person that would be the best suited and least likely to be missed in the hour that he would be invisible in order to listen to
Okay.
these cultists. And if he's planning on staying with the caravan, it makes sense that he would want to, and then, leaving from Waterdeep, it would make sense that he would want to get as much information as possible if that's his plan.
Okay. So you can go find Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You walk outside the tent, you see Elios kind of just sitting there, kind of lost in thought, playing, fidgeting with his staff, like his
Mhm.
miniature version of the staff. He's also casting spells. Are you so you say you're practicing your cantrip? Or are you doing anything specific with it? Because that could be anything.
No, I'm just going through them and using them, just practicing.
Okay. So yeah, you come out, you see him like casting spells. Jinia,
Yes.
I'm just saying that's what you see. You just keep going.
Well, I'm going to tell him to be careful and not draw too much attention or make a whole lot of noise. We don't want to wake everybody up.
Yes. My apologies.
No, that's all right. I just, got to be careful nowadays.
Okay. So now you leave, but hold on because we gotta go to Roz because Roz is having a conversation. So, hey boss, what can I do for you? It's a little late.
Yes, Ross is having trouble sleeping.
Oh, warm milk does me wonders.
Yes, warm milk is good any time of day or night.
Oh. He kind of like looks at you and remembers.
But listen, Ross has a question for you. What do you know about the wagons that are now 4, 5, and 6?
What do I know about them? Not much. They kind of keep to themselves. They don't take on any riders, and they're a little standoffish. Any any attempts to try to be friendly or offer help or assistance is kind of rebuked or rebuffed.
Yes, this Ross has noticed as well.
But they paid good to have their spots, so we keep an eye on them, keep them safe. It's our job.
Right, and you do it well, as I have told you. Well,
I appreciate that.
Ross does not want to give you information that may cause you harm. But we do not think they are, well, Roz does not think they are who they say they are.
What do you mean?
Well, have you seen any of the wares that they are carrying? I know Roz knows they keep them covered, but do you know, is there manifests of each wagon? Is that a practice?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that their companies have manifest.
Do you know their company? What company they work for?
No, we don't.
Is that
We
not
don't.
unusual?
No,
No,
we
there
pick
are
up.
plenty of. Okay, that's good. Well,
We pick up wagons along the road, on the road. Usually in the cities, they gather together. The only reason that keeps us together is their safety in numbers. We're not beholden to them, and they're not beholden to us.
and that is the way it is every trip you've made on the trade road.
Usually, in fact, up until a few days ago, I didn't even know that was one group. I mean, are you
Right.
sure? They don't talk much to each other either.
No, this is true. Well, Ross has his reasons, but he will not tell them you because Ross likes you, and he does not want you to be in dangers.
Well,
But I will tell you this: if Roz is gone for more than 3 days, you will let the others know for me?
um, I, the others?
Yes, the one that,
You, you mean the
is,
boys? I'll tell them. Yeah.
well, yes. Do you know who the barmaid is?
Oh, the one with the feather beard.
Yes, that's the one. Yes, and
Really?
the there is another female that she has befriended. Could you let them both know if Roz does not return? And it may not happen at all, but if Roz does not return in 3 days, could you let them know
I mean,
after 3 days?
yeah. You, uh, but why? Where are you going? Like, why are you leaving?
Roz,
We're not to. We're not water deep yet.
Roz has not gone anywhere yet. Is just saying, if Roz goes, if you want to call it missing, cannot find the whereabouts, after 3 days, just let them know.
I I will. I mean, if that's what you want me to do, that's what I'll do.
That would be my most grateful request of you. You have done much for this caravan, much for Raz. So yes, if this happens, Raz is not saying it will, but if it does, um, I will let you know that Raz is following caravan 4, 5, and 6. He does not think they are who they say they are. Raz has been hired to follow them. So if they leave, Raz may have to leave to follow them. Do you understand?
Um, yeah. But I mean,
This is between you and Raz, okay? Tell no one.
okay. I won't tell anyone. Um,
You are a good friend, Daniel.
thank you, boss.
Raz is not your boss.
Um,
You are Raz's friend. He'll put a big paw on his shoulder and he'll walk away.
So you can see that his eyes are welling up, and he seems very concerned. As you walk away, you'll hear him sniff. Oh,
Okay.
damn it. Okay.
What are we damaging?
I just noticed that your thing is broken.
Hell yeah.
Oh, the little image thingy.
Yep, I just noticed it now because,
Yeah.
Is Daniel gonna resume what he was doing before?
yeah, he will. But it's also like 9:40, so we're going to take a quick break while one, I fix your thing. So I can't go cut the cameras while we go to break. But you all can go. I need to fix that because it's gonna make me crazy. You know how I am. That
Yep.
just
Make
Uh huh. Yep.
twice baked.
as soon as I see it, I'm like,
Easy. Stop looking at it.
I can't because now
Ignorance is bliss.
every time you
It does.
move.
Now.
Anyway, so folks, I'm gonna mess with this thing for a minute and fix it, and then we're gonna take a little quick break because it is that time. First things first, though. What did you do?
First things first, we stick around and torment you? Yes.
No, that's not a thing.
Right. Why not?
Because
Break time.
take your break. Go break.
Aw, do I have to?
You don't have to. You can stay here and bother me, but I'm going to fix this.
Nice.
So,
Nah, I'm gonna look for munchies. I'll be back.
I gotta go see what kind of mess my kid has made in my kitchen.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, it's showing your icon now for whatever reason. Did you change your icon recently?
Why would I change my icon?
I don't know.
I don't even know how I would do that. Don't you put the icons in?
No, it's something about your Discord link. So like now it's not working when you talk. It only works if like Songbird talks. But I got to put your code back in. But for some reason, it what happens is
Well,
when you
technically, there's been changes to my
right whenever
my
you
image hasn't changed, but I put the decoration on my image changed.
I think that throws it off because what happens is now
So did locos break too?
it did a while ago and I had to fix his.
Well, because he just changed his. He put a decoration on recently too, so that would.
Yeah, I don't see. He doesn't have it. Hold on. I gotta change this. It's like whenever something changes. All right, go ahead and say something.
Something.
Did I mess up? Say something again?
Oh.
Nope.
Something again and again and again.
Songbird, say something.
She probably walked away.
That's fantastic.
Really? You're gonna ask me something right when I'm doing something?
Okay.
Really?
No, it's working. It's working. Hold on. I think I took the wrong user ID. Alright. Let's try this again. Alright, now say something.
What?
Vero.
What's up? What's going on? I zoned out.
It's working again. Okay, now we can take.
Okay.
Alright, folks. That just bothers me. We'll be back in a few minutes. The counter's probably going to be wrong. We'll be back probably in 5.
Well, you said it was going to be off anyway. But maybe I
So-
should start shoveling my mouth.
Okay. You probably should stop. Hi, everyone. We're back. Okay.
I should, but am I?
We needed a little intermission so I could fix that because it would make me crazy if I didn't do it. So
Wait.
we're good
Take
now.
a minute.
Vero, when you speak, you light up and you don't have a little rhinoceros on top of your face.
I had a rhinoceros on my face. Why'd you change that?
Because it's not right.
I like it.
I don't. That's the problem. I don't. It had to be fixed. All right.
Oh,
Well-
hi, Blood.
What's up, lad? Hello, everyone. I didn't get to say hello to everybody. I just kind of wave at people because I don't want to break the thing. The minute I start talking about something else, everything goes crazy, and they don't need
Squirrel.
encouragement. They don't need encouragement squirreling.
Hey, we've all been on track. You are the one that's been a squirrel tonight.
Again,
I know you have
n-
been.
I know. I told you it's a long day, and I am kind of tired. Plus, I got a kid fooling around with a knife behind me, so it's like, what are you doing? She literally cut half a watermelon into little chunks. You can
Okay.
imagine how long that took her.
It's keeping her busy. What's the problem?
And,
I have literally been doing that since you guys started playing.
it was a while. It just didn't start to bother me into, like, when I said something. What did you say? And put it in the fridge, leave it account. Yeah, so, okay. Anyway. Alright, unfix it, Rhino. No, he can't unfix it. Stop it. No. Devouring. This is
Unfix it.
not nice. You can't. Because I would just have to keep fixing it. Don't try to break it.
I mean, we think we might know what caused the problem, so I just have to do that again. And
To test the theory, of course. For science.
we're just, for science, trying to find out the root cause.
It's a root cause analysis.
You see my eye twitching? Do you see this?
Well, you have
No.
to have variables, and then you have to have constants. We've had the
'Cause
constants, so now we need the
I'm
variables.
squinting because I'm laughing.
I don't want it. Stop it. Alright, anyway. Oh no.
God!
Who's that? Oh god, no.
God, please, no! 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 No!
See? That's how I feel. Just make sure to keep enough watermelons in your house before she decides to start cutting something else, right? No. Like, that's all I need. What are those kids that killed their parents? The brothers?
Murderers?
No. There's a,
The Menendez
The-
brothers.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
all I need. To be Menendez.
I feel like there's probably been more than just that one instance of
But
children killing.
they
their
were really
parents.
famous for it. Like, it was a big story.
Yeah, they
Gypsy Rose?
there was-
like
trial after trial after trial.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's go back on track. So, Loco, you have given Daniel a message and wandered off into the darkness. Daniel cried a little. Elios, you're outside playing with fire, and then Vero comes out and asks you if you want tea. And then you two are inside the tent. Ginia, you go look for Roz. Ginia, you kind of get there as Roz is like walking away from Daniel. So you come at it perpendicular, like they're having a conversation. Then Roz goes to walk out into the wilds. So you're coming at it, and you can kind of just turn and follow him. If you want, you don't have to.
I mean, I'm probably gonna pick up on the fact that Daniel's looking sad and like shedding a tear.
In the darkness, you might not. Depends on how close you actually got, but then Roz might have just noticed you. So, let's roll a dice. Roll me.
So you're saying this is a dicey situation?
Oh my
It's
god.
always a dicey situation.
That's yes. We're playing a game with dice. Roll me a perception check, and again, it's not pass or fail. It's basically to see how close you got. The higher you get, the more you'll notice from further away.
It's gonna be my response now if anyone ever asks me, "You want to play D&D?" And I'll be like, seems like a dicey situation.
So, unless you're gonna walk right up to him, Ginia, you're not gonna notice too much. Like, you're not gonna notice that. You noticed they had an expression, and Roz walked away. One, remember, it's dark, so it's kind of difficult to see something like a tear running down somebody's face. And he's not bawling. He's standing. He is a soldier.
All right. Well, then I'm just gonna follow after Roz
Okay.
and try to get his attention, but not super loud because we're trying to be inconspicuous.
You start walking behind Roz, he probably will pick up on the fact that you're behind him, like, immediately. Or he thinks Daniel's following him.
I think Roz would know the difference in our footsteps.
Well, he probably. I mean, he's pretty good, so I
I
would
was about
say,
to say the darkness isn't gonna mess with his hearing.
yeah. With his passive and you're like not trying to sneak, he definitely knows somebody's walking behind him. Roz,
He's gonna keep. I mean, he's not storming off. He's not running. He's just at a leisurely pace, just walking.
yeah, okay, but somebody's walking behind you, and you hear them. Oh, you just keep
Okay.
walking. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, Ginia. Do something more dramatic. Throw a rock at him.
Oh, that'll go well.
I mean, I seriously thought about it. I'm just gonna throw something at his head. Not to hurt him, just to get his attention.
I okay.
No, Ross. Roz.
Ross stops, and immediately his tail starts to flick back and forth.
Don't twitch your tail at me.
What do you want? You here
Well-
to mother Ross again?
No, I'm here to ask you if you had considered the. Okay, we need to find somewhere where we can talk where we're not going to be heard, for number one.
Follow me. Follow Ross.
All right.
And Ross is going to walk 300 yards away from camp.
Genia's going to follow.
Okay, no problem.
Is this going to be Roz's villain arc when he murders Jinya?
I hope
Gets
not.
around in the
That got
forest?
dark.
I'm not prepared for that.
Holy crap!
I mean, I died once, so we've all been through it.
Oh, so you're good at it. Yeah.
I know, I have practice.
Oh my goodness.
Ross gets to this 300-yard mark, wherever, and he's going to stop and he's going to turn around. Yes. What is it?
I was just wondering if you had considered what we discussed about going invisible to listen to what the cultists are saying while we're on the road so we can get some more information.
Ross thinks it's a doable idea, but that is not what the meeting was for.
You're right.
The
That's not what.
meeting was for deciding what we will do if the cultists go away from this group of individuals has the hardest time making a decision.
You're
You
not
decide every morning what to eat without a discussion. You decide every night where to pillow your head without a discussion. But when it comes to let Ross go, no, can't let Ross go. Ross says, okay, Ross no go, Ross stay. Stay with Caravan. Oh, wait a minute. There is now another thing we must throw into the fire. Why do 5 people going at once? No, we leave Caravan unprotected. Okay, so let's stay with Caravan. Oh, but wait, there is another way we must do. Nothing is ever accomplished. We meet at table. We meet at table. And we talk about everything but what we met at the table for.
You're not wrong. However, what we eat for breakfast and where we lay our heads at night doesn't put the fate of the world at risk. So, all I came to ask you is, do you want to do some light spying so that we have an idea, maybe, of where these people are what these people are planning on doing before they actually leave? That's all I came to ask you.
Roz is open to it. Yes.
All right.
Roz will do that.
All right.
But
I'll go.
here's the thing. When does Roz do this? Roz has 1 hour out of a daytime. When does he do it? First thing in the morning?
You know
Lunchtime?
what? You decide.
When do we decide?
Whatever makes
they
you happy.
They never talk to one another. They make camp together close now, but they never speak to one another. It's like, who knows, shooting arrow into the air and hoping it does not come down and hit you. You just don't know.
You're right, but the chance at having some information is better than not having any information at all.
If it gets us to a bloody decision, then Roz will do it.
All right, I'll go let Songbird know. Have a good night.
You know what Roz is going to do.
She's going to turn around and walk back to camp.
Oh boy.
Be careful on your own.
Okay. So, Jania heads back to camp. It is about 300 yards away. Pretty straight line. Plus, this fires to like guide you back to it. So they're little beacons of light in the darkness that you can just walk back to camp. And you are an elf, so you have dark vision. So it's not like you're walking into trees or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So you head back into camp. As you approach the camp, obviously a couple of people might stir and see you come into camp, and as soon as they see you, they're like, "Oh," and they just go back to doing what they're doing. Some of them will nod at you; they recognize you. But we're gonna go back to the T boys over there. What are you two talking about over tea? Anything, or you just? I'm assuming you are having a conversation.
Yeah, one I would have just kind of given him, tried to explain. I mean, I feel like a simple explanation of what happened is going to divulge into a lot more information, because I'm not sure if anyone ever sat and spent time explaining what the situation was to Helios.
Okay, so you're explaining the
So
situation to Elios. What
I feel
exactly
like I
are you
would start.
explaining?
So I think I would start with trying to explain what the conversation was, and then I'm sure there'd be something of, why are you following them? And then I would probably have to answer why we're following them in the most, virile way of doing it. So gist of ideas more than specific details. I'm like, I'll just be, instead of like, oh, the Harpers did this, I'd be like, some people that Songbird knows told her that we needed to do this, and we were with her, and kind of give a more gist of an idea of the
Oh,
backstory of what brought us to this point.
okay. All right.
Maybe lacking on some detail.
I was gonna say you lack on detail a lot, and I don't think you would use solid names. Elios, answer my question.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay. Type faster.
So impatient.
Okay. So what are your cantrips? Name them all off.
My cantrips are Create Bonfire, Friends, Mending, Ray of Frost, and Shocking Grasp.
None of those are what I need them to be.
What cantrip are you looking for?
I thought maybe you had illusion or something. No? Okay. So you're basically messing around with the bonfire or the campfire and just casting other spells at random, trying to, like, you're killing bugs around the tent. I don't. Because some of those spells you can't cast at non living things.
Helios, the bug zapper.
Bye-bye mosquitoes.
But you're like you're like going through the spells in your head, trying to like channel the energies and thinking about it because you think that is going to get your memories clicked and jive together. Correct? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check.
I'm going to use inspiration to make this better.
Okay, you can do that. Do you had inspiration? Because I looked
I had
over and
one.
you didn't. Okay, go ahead.
I just unchecked it.
He was ready for this.
He was born for this. Okay, so yes.
Roll with advantage is so bad that you actually lose more memories somehow. No. Trying to remember things. You rolled so bad you forgot more stuff.
I have a plus zero, that's why I use advantage.
That's fair. That's good.
Okay, that's what you remember. You can relate that to Vero.
Oh, I was wondering if that's what you were asking him about. Okay.
Why are you rolling dice?
Oops, sorry. Pushed the wrong button.
Apparently, Roz
Roz
is
is
looking for a
attacking
fight.
stuff. He's like,
Ross decided
I don't need.
he was tired of patience, so he started attacking the caravan.
He's like, I don't need the DM. I'll just kill stuff. What the fuck is this?
He's like, I'll get answers from the cultists. I'll get
Wait,
my
how
answers.
did you get watermelon on my chair? Jesus Christ.
What?
There's
Jeez.
watermelon on my chair.
That's not my fault.
I don't eat watermelon.
I know, but I haven't touched your
All right,
chair.
I have spent entirely too much time talking to you. Go away.
Now you know why.
Maybe
some
she was in the
animals eat their
background,
young.
like pretend stabbing you with the knife,
I know, just stuff just
and it was
dropped.
flinging watermelon juice at you.
I put my hand on my freaking arm, and I'm like, what the fuck is a piece of watermelon? Ugh.
Well, you could have picked it up when you went into the kitchen.
I didn't touch the watermelon. It was already in containers.
Now
It
you
didn't
know
mean
why
it
some-
wasn't on the counter.
Now you know why some animals eat their young.
I'm considering it. Anyway, Vero, Elios, go.
I think I've seen that before. And I would then tell him.
Wait, hold that thought.
Okay.
You guys were having this conversation for a while. Ginia,
Yes.
where are you going after you talk to Roz?
I was gonna go back to the tent.
Okay. So, there's a small chance that you walk in while these two are having a conversation and sharing stuff.
Sounds so,
That's
that doesn't
concerning.
sound right. That doesn't sound right, but
Listen, I don't care right now. So, Vero, I need you. Roll a d20.
Mhm.
Ginia, roll a d20. Elios, you don't get to roll one. We're going by their scores.
That's fine.
I only can have so many people rolling at a time.
I
Okay.
do have a question. Is this? Did I leave yet?
this
I don't-
conversation would have started with the tent empty. This particular conversation.
Yeah, I thought you left already. Didn't you say you left?
No, we never came back to me.
Oh. Wait, hold that thought, guys. What are you doing? When Ginia left, where did you go?
Well, I was gonna ask Elios to come in so I can at least try to get him to know him better because he saved me twice.
Oh. See, so
Um,
what happened was they were talking in chat, and Vera went out and asked him if he wanted tea, so he went inside and talked. So this is the bad part of like too many people. But I honestly thought you had left to go back to your thing because you don't live in that tent.
No, we left off with Ginia leaving the tent after telling us that she was going to go verify. And I was assuming that I was going to wait till she came back because she was going to verify if he needs the invisibility spell. Basically.
Hmm. Well then,
So
this,
then I would have just been chilling there waiting and then wanting to get to know Elios because, again, he saved me twice.
so
And I know
should be there
nothing
for
about
her.
the poor little one.
okay.
She gets to
So
watch
this
my
is
poor
so
explanation.
this is the problem. So this is going to be a problem because they started doing something else and we kind of forgot where you were located. But yeah, I remember you never said you left the tent. You were there. So figure it out.
Well, then it would just be the portion of the conversation where I was trying to relay what the meeting was about and answering questions. I feel like that wouldn't be over in 2 minutes.
No, it wouldn't. So you go outside and tell Elios to come back inside. Elios and Vero's like, you want tea? So you both have like brought him back inside. And then Vero would relay the portion of the conversation talking about your friends. Once again, probably leaving out details because that's what he does.
Depending on the details, Songbird will probably fill in some of the gaps.
Like what?
Well,
So this is why
again,
we have
not specific names or anything like that, but I'm sure that if I'm sitting there and listening to all of this go on during that time, it's like she'll provide some information because Elios has been part of the group at least long enough to feel part of the group. So she's not big on exclusion and everything, but she also knows that he's got his own thing going on, and so he doesn't need to. It's not a possibility that we're going to take him with us unless he wants to go with us.
Okay.
So it's kind of like forewarning him on some things, but not going into detail until it's more certain that he's actually might go with us.
Gotcha. So this is all right. So you fill in some of the things and explain to him like, hey, I'm not gonna try to decipher it. Have a conversation. Sorry, because you're saying, oh, I'm just gonna try to make him feel this way. No, you guys are gonna have to have the conversation.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can give a
Well, what about
general idea of what my
if we
portion
pick?
of that. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, what if we just pick? Let's say we work out that part later.
Nope. Because
Because
it's pertinent to what's going on. So what I made the mistake of is these two had started having a conversation, and now there's stuff like hindering on what Elios might say. So I have to work out what happened with you before I can go any further. So you three need to have a conversation.
Yeah, the gist of my thing would be to go over what was discussed.
Stop asking me questions in chat.
And I'm assuming Elios would probably have additional questions on why we're doing things. I don't want to assume, but I'm assuming he would be inquisitive in regards to who are they, why are we doing that?
Are they my
And
people?
yeah.
yes,
So I would give a the best way to explain it would be a D&D synapse of the previous episode on what happened is to give it a simple thing of like, we ran into them in this town, this happened, but again, I wouldn't remember names or anything like that, so it would be these other monks told us to do this here, and then this very loud, boisterous guy told us to do this here, and now we're here. Like, I wouldn't know names or anything because I don't remember names.
inspiration to Vero.
Yay. Um. So yeah, I mean, it would be 100% a D&D recap of what occurred from when our first experience with them, I guess, and then that they're not good, and that's why we're here, and why they were discussing about, or why we were discussing about having to follow them.
Okay.
And then Songbird will fill in with the monks that he mentioned. He didn't say the names, and I would just mention that those monks are actually associated with my mentor and the group that the Harpers and everything, and just explain that I've been tasked with my late mentors, my possible late mentors. Not project, mission. That's the word I'm looking for.
Okay.
And everything. So it started after we helped out the town and did all the information. The monks said, this is what we need to do. Go meet here. We met with the leader of the group, or one of the heads of the group, which was Froome. And he was the one that sent us with this caravan. And so pretty much Vero kind of did the gist of it, and I just filled in the little bit of detail that's probably needed to kind of bind it a little bit more to the actual group.
Okay.
And then whatever questions Elios had.
So you guys did exactly what you did before and told me what you're doing and didn't have a conversation. So we're going to go past it now.
But I don't
Well,
know
I
how.
was
I mean,
I know.
do
asking
you want?
Elios.
I know.
I was gonna say, do you want me to give? I can sit here and give a
Oh,
full
no.
recap of what happened.
No,
I just
it's
didn't.
fine. It's just you guys. I don't want. So what I'm afraid is going to happen is certain people are going to think they have information that they don't have, and certain people are going to like withhold information that might have already been said. So
Well,
this is
I'm
going to
wanting
be
Elios
this
to ask
may,
questions.
this might be a contention thing later on because I missed the detail. And you two kept having a conversation in chat that I didn't stop you from having because I missed that detail. So I need to fix it now. So you three are having a conversation about what has transpired up until this point. Elios, I'm gonna go with the fact that they tell you everything that they know. And now, they don't know everything. Since Songbird has specifically said she is telling you and filling in details, she's giving you names, she's revealing her association with the Harpers, which is supposed to be a secret organization, so she's not holding anything back. So as long as the group knows the information, or at least Songbird knows the information, they have relayed it to you. Again, there's a lot of things they don't know, like destination, who they're actually following. None of these things don't make sense. Like, you don't know what they are. Okay?
I know they're bad people who attacked a town.
Right. Yes, I'm saying, but you don't know like specifics. Now, as far as your question that you just asked me, no, you don't know that. You do know that he has association with this group.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Well, they must be very bad people if they attack the town.
Seems that way. I would
Yeah,
agree
that
with
town
that.
wasn't ready for it.
I mean, are towns usually prepared for attacks all the time?
Some are. Some are bigger towns and they have more, guards, militaries, and stuff like that. And some are little defenseless towns like that one.
Since you guys have a very long, deep conversation, actually telling them the whole story of like the last 3 months of your life, Ginia, you will actually arrive while they're having this conversation.
Okay.
Does Songbird hear like noise of someone coming?
Were you actively trying to hear anybody coming?
Well, if we're talking secretly in a tent, it's going to be someone's got to pay attention to what's going on. Junior left, and
I'm
Roz
gonna go with
left.
no. You didn't hear her coming.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna pull back the flap of the tent and come in. What's going on, guys?
Well, if Elios, it seems like Elios has a connection at least with you two. So if we're gonna do what we've been discussing, we've just been filling him in. I know it's not possibly the best idea and everything like that, but he seems like he's become part of the group.
Well, it's not the worst idea either. Ross says he is agreeable to being turned invisible. He doesn't know when he wants to do it during the day, and that's something you two are going to have to discuss because I'm stepping out of that conversation. I just thought you should know that he's willing to do it.
All right, I'm tagging in.
And I'm going to sit down and look at Vero and say, do you have any tea?
Yeah, I probably do. And I'll give her some tea.
Thank you.
It's like tea or tea?
There's only one tea with me. Don't you play games?
Yeah. There is only the tea that you drink with Vero.
So with that, if we finish that part of the conversation, still want to, Summer still want to kind of want to ask Elios about himself.
I'm sitting here drinking tea.
Hold on, before you start asking questions. So, that whole thing between you two, you remember? When did you do the drawing? Like when there
That
was
was during the day.
that was during the day. So that
Yeah.
whole
Before the
conversation
prior to the meeting.
would have happened before the meeting. So like the whole bit, the information. So you guys would have to. You're gonna have to share that prior. So this has already happened
Okay.
because I can't take it out now because I've already given it away. So you're gonna have to work it out. So have you two, Elios? Have you talked to Vero yet?
Yes.
With the last thing I gave you?
Like, did he send it to me? Is that what you're asking?
No, I don't. I don't know if you.
Or
two
did that
have-
conversation take place in game?
Right? Did that conversation take place yet?
That's a good
Not.
question.
Well, technically it has.
Yes.
Narratively it
Verbally,
has.
no.
Verbally it hasn't. Okay. So you two are gonna have to have that conversation.
Yeah, because I know that at least when we had our little conversation, he said he'd have to think about it. So there was still left on.
Yeah.
That was still left open ended. So yes, that conversation will still have to happen. Which would be, I think, a moment that we probably are.
It's like
We believe we are alone.
oh my god.
Yeah,
It's like you
Elios
guys
is-
create your own stumbling blocks for like getting information.
Welcome to teamwork.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to think of how to make this fit that makes more sense. Because you didn't remember during the thing, you needed to think about it. Then you went outside specifically so you could think about it, but then you would have never went back in and told him. So you have the information, you just haven't told him yet.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. That's where we're gonna like just stop. Okay, now all of your intent and you want to ask questions of Elios. Go for it.
Of course, this is the timing, right? When the halfling wanted the snack. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yes. How did you know Elios wanted a snack?
I was about to turn off the camera. Okay. So Sunbird's just gonna ask us like, Elios, you saved me like twice, and I really don't know very much about you other than you're searching for your brother. It's like, can you give me something about you? I mean, technically, I just gave you a whole bunch about me.
Well, I'm from really far away from an area called the Dragon Coast. It's like this place, the Sword Coast, but not. I think there aren't very many swords for it being called the Sword Coast. But it's really far away. I live in a cave, with my family, and I'm here to find my brother because he's lost. He went away and he needs to come home.
Oh, can you tell me anything about your family? I mean,
I have a mom and a dad. I have an older sister and then my younger brother who is missing. And then I also have another mom.
you have two moms.
Oh,
I have two moms
fuck me.
for my parents, and then I have my other mom who taught me magic. That's why I can do this. And Elios holds up his hands, and they're all sparkly.
That's cool, and I've seen what you do with Vero, so keep those away from me. She's saying with a giggle. That way you know she's being lighthearted.
But
And
now
it's like-
she taught me magic so I could protect distract myself
Mhm.
while I look for my brother.
Is there anything particular, maybe, that we can keep an eye out for, and what your brother looks like?
Uh, no, unfortunately, not right now. I have to do this.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, when you're ready, if you want our help, we'll be happy to help and everything. And then also, if you decide to go with us, you know, maybe you'll find him along the way.
I hope so.
All right. Well, it's probably about enough time that Bade's going to freak out. He's been oddly cautious about me leaving. And Songbird's going to look over at Jinya and shrug. It's like, oh.
I don't know.
And so she will. How tall is the tent?
Pavilion style, not a pavilion. That's wrong. It's one of those stand-up tents. You ever like in the
Pagoda.
medieval shows? I don't know if they're called
Mhm.
pagodas. I thought that was a building in Japan, but
Mm-hmm.
it's
Well,
it's one of
they've also
those.
got some.
You gonna let me finish?
Oh no, that's just me mumbling to myself.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, that picks that up.
So it's basically one of those tents that they're square. They're about 6 feet tall, and then they go up to a point that's a little bit higher. You can walk into them, stand up straight.
Archie. Okay.
Yeah, it's a decent sized tent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they're called
then-
because I don't do camping and I don't like the outdoors.
Marquee tent. So she's gonna stand up because I was like, wait, do I stand up? Do I squat? Do I crawl? Okay, so stand up, and she's gonna bid everyone a good night, and out the door.
Where are you going?
I gotta go back before Bade has some issues. Possibly. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Getting out. I know he was walking. I'm just gonna kind of walk in one direction. If I happen to cross paths with Roz, then so be it. But eventually, I guess we'll run into each other so we can have a discussion on the timing of doing stuff.
Okay.
He could always come back to the tavern and find out if he can get some more warm milk and just not discuss where it came from.
Okay. So you're going back to the tavern.
Yeah, just making my path there. And like I said, if I see him, then we can have a discussion. If I don't, then I make it back so Bade doesn't freak out.
Roz is like 300 yards out. He's nowhere near you.
Okay. Then I'm making it back to where Bade is.
Okay. Bade is asleep.
I could have stayed out longer. Damn it. Okay, fine. It's like I'm already here. I'm just going to get myself into a spot.
Okay. So you have your bed just like Bade has his. So you eventually like settle down. Place has already been cleaned up. He did all like you did most of the cleanup before you left because you were waiting for it to be late enough. So you're back at camp. The three of you are in your tent. Roz, you're out in the wilds.
Yes.
That's where everybody's at? Okay. Now, back to you three. Ginia, what are you doing? Drinking tea, I know.
Drinking tea and pouting.
And pouting. I figured. I feel you. Elios.
Elios is going to look at Vero.
Okay, yes. This is about when that thought hits you and you're like, I remember.
I don't notice her pouting. I'm too involved in tea and other things.
I just had a brain flash that I also will not notice.
I'm sorry. I just want to be like, when I noticed her pouting and being kind of, I was like, "Oh, tea," and then when amongst other things, no clue that you get to pout in company and alone at the same time.
That's
It's a
fine because I'm
weird.
not like actively pouting. I really want to be kind of left alone. I just wanted some tea. I just find it funny that you didn't even notice that I asked for tea, which is something that I don't normally do.
Nope, I was just like, "Oh,
Didn't
cool,
even
yeah."
notice.
She's
I can
coming
do tea.
along. she's
Yeah.
she's
Everyone's comes, yeah, eventually.
Everyone comes around to tea.
like you
It's just it's too fitting, and I just wanted to be like, would I? Because mentally thought like, I know it's weird that she got tea, and I'm like, I don't. I think I
I
would
don't
just be
think
like,
Vera
yeah,
would
I have
notice.
tea for you.
You bet. I'll share.
Oh my god.
He's just excited I asked.
All right, Lipton. Elios.
I'm gonna turn to Vera with a twinkle in my eye because I had a flash of inspiration and remembered things. And I'm gonna pull on his sleeve to get his attention.
Ask you what's up.
I think I remembered about the thing that you showed me and told me about. I think I remembered.
Okay, no, I'll. Are you whispering that to me?
Yes.
Then I'll lean forward, so put my ear down to you.
I believe it has to do with um, a group called the Cult of the Dragon. They're really old group, and they're really bad people, and they like the color purple for some reason.
Doesn't help me a lot. So many more questions.
That is what I can remember at this moment.
Hold on.
That is okay.
Elios, so you whispered
Yes.
that. Roll me a stealth check. Ginia, you see the two of them talking in whispers. Are you going to try and listen, or are you just gonna not care?
I'm practicing my meditation. Like I'm not actively trying to listen to them because I am trying to clear my head and figure out what to do because I'm so irritated with Roz right now.
Okay. So then
And
if
how much nonsense have we
you're
talked
you're
about?
trying to block them out, then they're just
Mhm.
a murmur and you don't catch anything of what's going on.
So, how much nonsense have we talked in front of your presence that you're just like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
at this
learned
point, they're
she's
like
learned to
done
shut you out. Shh, shh. Okay. So Vero, what is your intelligence? Because you're not an idiot.
+1, I'm 12. I'm not an idiot, no.
No, okay, you're not an imbecile, and you have fairly decent wisdom.
My lack of knowledge comes from seclusion, not being
Right.
not being dumb.
But this is a bit of information you did hear at one point, okay?
Okay.
So, Elios said, the last thing he said was... Say it again, Elios.
The tattoo comes from is a symbol for the Cult of the Dragon. They like purple, and they're really old.
Right there. Purple. Vero, when you guys were in Greenest...
Oh, they were wearing purple.
You remember several of the leadership that you have seen were wearing purple.
I will whisper to him that the people that were following were wearing purple. As Warren for that's probably the most detail. Like, yeah, they were wearing purple.
I think I might be continuing to go with all of you, if you'll allow me after we're done here.
I'm just more now. If there's any attention coming from Jinya, I'm now excited with the prospect of him joining us. If we.
Okay.
I think, no, I'll tell Ginny. I'll be like, hey, he's gonna come with us.
Like,
Good to know. And then back to trying to meditate and ignore them. I just assume that they're having, they're just planning, a fun outing because, or talking about other magic or trying to teach Vero shocking grasp still. And so I'm actively not listening until he addresses me specifically. And then I'm like, yeah, that's good to hear.
Yay. Okay. All right. So Vero, you have signed up to continue with the group. The group is still having issues. Roz, where were you going out there, Roz?
Well, as Genia left, Roz would have kind of turned toward the camp and sat down with his legs crossed and looking at his new bow. I don't know if it kind of emits a little bit of a glow at night, but he's going to kind of mindlessly start, just stroking it. And he's, hey, grandfather, please tell me that the issues that are in this party are common to adventuring. Roz does not know what to do. He tries to put the party first, and Roz is scolded for it. Roz tries to put the whole caravan first. Roz is second guessed for it. No one can make up their mind what it is to do. Please tell me it was the same in your day. Because Roz is not sure if he can continue. In that thinking, he may or may not fall asleep, depending on what you have. But he's just going to stay there all night.
All right. So you're sitting there questioning life choices, talking to your beau and your grandfather. Yes?
Yeah.
And while you're sitting there, you just feel something like hit you in the top of the head.
Okay.
No, you see it. Like it hits you and then rolls into your lap. It's a pine cone.
Grandfather? Is this you? Or Golden One? Is this you? What are you telling me? That I'm nuts?
Another
does not understand.
Another one will fall on the ground not too far from you.
He'll reach over and pick it up and kind of look at them both. Grandfather, if this is you telling me to return to the forest, Roz will not hesitate. Golden One, if this is you to tell me to... I don't know what you are telling, Roz. It is not for guidance Roz is looking. It is for confirmation in what he is doing. Is he doing wrong? Is he doing right? Roz does not know. But I will cherish these two and keep them with me at all times. And he'll put them in his little pouch he has on his belt.
Okay. They're about, pine cone. They're small pine cones. They're not like the full like they shouldn't have fallen yet, is what you know.
Okay. Do the trees appear to be like, well, they're called evergreen for a reason, but is there any sign of distress on the trees?
Mm-mm. I mean, it is summer, so there's a lot of needles on the ground. The ground is kind of soft because of it, because it is summer. So, but otherwise, everything looks happy and healthy.
Hey, perhaps it is the tree telling me to just get away from it. I'm bringing it down.
But
Sorry, tree. Will spend the night here. He will leave you for happier times in the morning. Until then, you have my apologies.
all right, so I'm assuming that eventually all of you will finally find your way to sleep. I'm gonna start with Roz because Roz usually is one of the first ones up, then Elios because he's also trying to get up early and do things. So Roz, when you wake up, you see on the ground is one of your arrows. Okay? And it's pointing back towards the caravan.
Thank you, grandfather. I know. Ross knows this is from you.
Another pine cone hits you in the head.
Thank you, Golden One, for reaching into my thoughts, into my mind. With that, Roz will pick up the third pine cone, put it in his pouch, and he'll pick up his arrow. And with his bow in his left hand, he'll look at the arrow and get kind of a smile on his face as he walks back to camp.
Okay. Elios, you're up and about because you want to go look for stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you go out into the woods.
Yes.
Roll me your survival thing. All right. Again, you don't see any signs of what you're looking for, but you see other signs. You know, there has been people that have wandered away from the caravan, maybe to go relieve themselves. There's footsteps coming in and out, but nothing that you have not seen before.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I go back to the tent.
All right. Vero,
Yes, sir.
you don't sleep. Like the three of you don't really sleep. You meditate or go into revere. So you're gonna be like up and about doing things. So Vero, you're up and about when you're probably meditating when Elios comes back in.
Yeah. I probably would meditate and stuff until either if Elios wanted to do something or if it was time to start clean, like, wrapping up to get ready to move for the day, because I feel like I've shrunken my out time activity to business hours due to being watched.
I got
So
you.
I meditate and then, time to get ready to go, and then I help do, work related activities and then get going, and then once tents up again, I back to the tent.
And Ginia, you got nothing.
Yeah.
You got anything going on?
No, I would just be meditating, and then as early as possible, like as early as it seems reasonable, I would start kind of packing stuff up and getting stuff ready to go, just to keep my mind occupied.
Okay. Songbird.
Yes.
In the morning when you wake up, anything that you have going on? Something that you like, oh, I need to get this done.
It's the usual setup, getting everything put up, packed, and everything like that. I'm guessing I'm fighting with the horses that should at least be more comfortable with me by now.
No.
They're comfortable enough to give you crap.
Yes.
Fair.
Crafty
Um,
horses.
I think they think it's a joke.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
They're
so sweet.
hilarious. Horses are known for their sense of humor.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. They love to horse around.
Indeed.
Oh God,
Mhm.
not you two. It
He's got to
hurts.
be done.
I'm not doing
Anyway.
it. You could put it in.
I find that horses seem to be a bunch of naysayers myself, but
That's two.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Anyway.
yay. We're back on track.
Nay, nay. Say it's not so.
All right. So that's two. Okay, good. Shush you. All right.
And so, yeah, doing the normal thing and everything like that, but trying to keep an eye out for Roz because she's got to get with Roz on when it's going to be done. And she has thoughts on how to do it, but it all depends on how we're working this.
All right. So you don't really do anything during the day. Your work is at night. You could pretty much wander around the camp, wander around the caravan that's moving. You ride with Bade, so you don't have to walk all day because you're walking all night.
Mhm.
Serving. So, and again, that's what he hired you on for. So during the day, pretty much he like asks you to do stuff like get the horses ready. But once you guys start riding, you can move about freely. This has been a thing. So you can run into Roz during the day when he tends to be riding on one of the wagons, or when they stop for a break and he's like sitting there making arrows. So finding him is not that difficult. It's in the morning, no. In the morning, everybody's doing stuff, and Roz is nowhere to be found. So you can run into him like before midday break, because remember they do stop. Like everybody stretches legs, eat something, and then they continue on their way. They don't make a full camp, but everybody kind of switches places, slows it down, and then ride on again. So you can catch him during one of these breaks.
All right, so the earlier one is one I want to try to catch him at.
That's fine. That's what I mean. You can catch him during one of those breaks.
Mm-hmm. So,
Go
going to get the hold of.
Her timing is
Has
impeccable.
Exquisite.
Is she
timing.
watching the stream? Like, is she just like, now?
No, but
There
she's
would
got
be a shame.
exquisite timing.
Okay, well, then we'll come back to you two. I mean, I'm assuming Roz is still going SOP, right? You haven't changed it up?
Oh, yeah. Yep. No,
Okay.
no change.
All right. Other than you have a little bit more spring in your step.
A little bit more, purpose this morning.
Okay.
Okay. Well, here, look, I can do this really fast because she's distracted with something on the refrigerator. So Songbird's gonna ask Roz real quick, coming up. Well, she's gonna approach and see if there's cat ears laying back, tail twitching, his usual signs of get the hell away type.
Well, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Yes.
Did we have a good night's sleep? An interesting good night's sleep.
Had an eventful sleep. Let us put it that way. What
A
what can
positive
Roz
one,
do?
I hope.
Indeed. What can Roz do for you?
I wanted to talk to you about the thing with the. And
Yes,
she'll
yes,
kind of.
yes. Roz thinks the best time is probably just before bed down. When it is dark, when people, maybe after the meals, when people have eaten. Yes.
Or
Maybe
while
when
they're at the tavern making noises.
No. Roz is planning on there. 4, 5, 6. So, perhaps the conversations will flow after the meals have been eaten. Roz will come by when he is ready.
Okay.
How long does it
Another
take?
time I did want to suggest, just in case, so that there's options like if one doesn't work, we could try another, is maybe, and Vero had said something that made me think about it, is when the carts are moving, you can't hear anything. When they're not moving, it's kind of quiet.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's could be a possibility they could be talking while the
We have
caravan is moving.
multiple opportunities to do this.
Mhm.
Yes.
So,
So,
and either way, like if you're coming by, like you walk by, I could just easily like reach out or reach down if I'm on the cart and everything like that, and just give you a little.
No,
mm,
that would probably be bad because he would just suddenly disappear. Anybody seeing him would notice that.
Well, as the last cart, if he's on the outside, like facing outside.
There's still people that walk around standing on the. If one has happened to be looking back, like that's an out in the open thing. It's not subtle. Like, remember, Roz is not a tiny individual either.
No, he's not
And
a
he's
tiny
got
individual.
fans.
And he has
he does have
he
fans.
does have fans. He has people that hate him and people that love him.
Okay, well then we'll have to find a way to venture out and everything. Since during the day, Bane doesn't really care what I'm doing. As like every so often, I check in with him. So
very well. It is good.
we'll just need like a
Let Roz ask you this
sign.
very quickly because we don't want people.
Mhm.
Is Roz going to keep his fur? Does this cause Roz to become a hairless one? Which
No, no, no,
Roz
no,
is
no. The
not
fur.
okay with, just so you know.
Yeah. And I don't want to see that. I don't think I want to see you without your fur, sir. No, the fur goes invisible too. Everything on you goes invisible. Like when
Very
I
well.
went and got the thing, that went invisible when I had it.
Still, Roz knows not what you talk of. You say the thing, you
That's a
got
story
it,
for a little bit later. That's a
and
story for a
much
little bit
later,
later.
I think. But anyway, thank you very much
Yes.
for your time. We will see you. Goodbye.
All right. Bye, Rose.
The fur goes invisible forever.
And she walks off. Oh my god.
Okay, I had to
The
add
hairless Roz is not a sight I need.
I had to add a pun for Thorn because he said it in the chat, not in the thing.
Ah. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
That's enough horsing around.
Ah.
Okay,
Bravo.
now you two have had your conversation. Ginny, what were you doing this morning? Just kind of doing your job,
Making
right?
stuff up, yeah.
Okay. For the most part, the morning goes pretty much without a hitch. Everything's normal, moving along. The evening time, though, you notice Copper is like watching you all again. And she continues to do so. And at one point, you see Longnose like standing next to her. And this is while they're like the wagons have stopped, okay, because Longnose is a driver. He like walks over and he stands next to her. He just like crosses his arms and looks over in your direction, then looks up at her, and looks over in your direction, and he like leans back and says something. She looks down at him and just scowls for a second, and then like turns in a huff. He like looks over and he says something, but he's looking away from all of you. So he says something obviously because she stops for a minute, like looks back over her shoulder, and then continues to walk away. He looks back in your directions and he will catch Ginnia's eye. Only because Ginnia is probably paying the most attention to what's going on right now. And he will catch your eye and just give you a smirk. And then he's gonna kind of go back to doing what he was doing, which was heading to his wagon thing.
Oh, goody.
You guys will continue on.
Well, I'm gonna make Vero and Elios aware of what I just saw, just so they can sort of be more on guard. Because I mean, they tend to kind of not be so much.
Noticing? Yeah, and they tend.
Yeah.
The
What are
thing
you
is,
talking about?
the thing is, Vero has a really high perception. He just doesn't pay attention to shit. He's like, oh,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Like, he's not gonna share with you.
Well,
He
I mean,
notices
like I feel
things,
like
but
I'm
he doesn't care.
being very aware when we're doing our job, but I'm not looking out for people inside the camp.
I feel like Vera may not have been exposed to like shady shit in his past.
No,
No.
So he's
he
not
hasn't.
looking for people to do shady shit.
All right. You shoot an arrow at him with eyes closed, he could probably snatch it out of the air. But you throw like jab at him, like verbally, he's just like, okay. That's it. I
So
don't know.
nice.
Do you want tea? No.
Mhm.
So, yeah, Elios, I'm not too sure about. But anyway, yes, that's what you see, and you will make these two aware. So she will tell you exactly what just happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. You will give all the details of what just happened and share that with you two. Roz, Songbird, you guys are riding around. Not much gets to you, but in the evening, are you going to make any efforts to talk to the two of them?
Who are you talking to?
I was talking to the three, Ginny, Elios, and Vero.
Well,
I thought you said Roz and Songbird.
I did, but I went because the better part of your day goes normal. There's like you had your conversation with Roz, and then the rest of it goes without a hitch, nothing out of the ordinary. In the evening, I kind of shifted back to them to see if they were going to try to get to tell you something, and then I was going to check with you to see if you wanted to tell them something.
Well, I would like throughout the day, because I mean, Songbird's going to be walking around. I would find her and kind of let her know what I saw as well, just so she's aware that there could be trouble.
Okay.
Even though, because I want everybody to be aware, but
Okay.
still not talking to Roz.
Okay. Well, hold on,
Okay,
Songbird. Let her
so-
finish. Well, I think she finished, but go ahead.
Yeah. I kind of, because of what I had to do just a second ago, I kind of missed part of what happened. I know something happened and it involves Longnose, but I'm not quite sure what happened.
Lognose and Copper seem to be collaborating on
Oh,
causing
fantastic.
trouble. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. Well, on the lighter note, we've got a couple of options of when he's going to try his little invisible eavesdropping. And he's in a better mood.
Well,
But
that's good to hear.
yeah, so we're gonna try to time it and everything so he, big old Tabasky doesn't go bye-bye
What
in
did
front
you
of
just call
everybody.
him?
You guys can work it out.
Tabaxi.
I just wanted you to be aware that,
It's impastalis.
Copper and Longnose
Yes.
could be causing trouble. And then I'm gonna head back to the cart.
Okay.
Is the trouble like this is going to be fun type trouble, or is it like serious grumpy trouble?
Well, I would assume since a cultist is involved, there's no this is gonna be fun type trouble.
Oh, great. Okay. I don't know.
But I don't know, so
Okay. Yeah, not liking that. Okay.
I think it's fabulous.
You
well, I mean, because
would.
you know what it is.
I
I
do.
mean, also,
All right.
Alrighty.
So you let everyone know, except for Roz. Roz doesn't know about Copper and Longnose just yet, but the rest of you know, right? Great. The evening, unless any of you are going to do anything, will go pretty much like normal. Now, are any of you... It's like, I know you guys are doing your jobs and all that stuff, but are any of you paying attention, like, to the cultists other than, like, something obvious?
I mean, I feel like Jinya would be just because we're supposed to be watching what they're doing.
Right. That's what I mean. But so it's difficult during the day to do both because you're sitting on your wagon and they are at the front of the caravan and you're towards the back. So if you are you going to actively like move places, like not move places, but take a walk, stroll up there, pass by, or are you just gonna be happy and content to be in your place in the caravan and wait for something to happen?
I mean, I think Jinya would be kind of getting up and kind of strolling just on the pretense of looking on both sides of the road to see if there's any danger since we are guarding these guys. And Vera and I had said that we were kind of going to take turns who was watching and looking, but since he really shouldn't be out like walking, like actively walking up and down the wagon train at this point, since his cover's been blown.
Mm-hmm.
But
allegedly
for legal reasons. But I feel like, especially since I saw Copper and Longnose having that conversation, I'm going to be doubly on edge, sort of walking and looking for any signs of trouble.
Okay. All right. So, go ahead, Ross.
Roz will be on Caravan 7.
So you're sitting like right behind them.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're sitting right behind them, Ginny. Every now and then you kind of come over and you will see Roz kind of riding on top of a wagon, looking at the three in front of it. Not obviously, not sitting there just staring at them, but like working on an arrowhead and like just glancing past the arrow work. You see him basically keeping an eye on them. You will come up every now and then. He'll give you a head nod or a subtle indication that, hey. Well, actually, I don't know, because you two left on bad terms. Maybe you aren't acknowledging each other. I don't know.
Roz will, without any real indication, he will look at her, but it won't be with that. His tail's not twitching. He's just sharpening arrowheads, and he kind of looks over just so he makes eye contact with you, but it's not in a menacing or an angry way.
Are your eyes like the big saucer things where they're all black?
They're yep.
He's doing the whole Puss in Boots thing.
Yeah,
that's exactly where my mind went.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like, I'll make eye contact with him and I'll raise an eyebrow and just keep walking because I'm still like super annoyed.
It was only the day before, so that's fair. All right.
Women never drop things. My God, no,
that's right.
I mean, to be fair,
emotions boil.
He
I have no idea what happened.
verbally attacked me before I
How
even
long
said
has
anything.
he been brooding?
So yeah, I'm a
Too
little
long.
salty, and I feel like I'm.
All right. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, was that the character talking or the player talking? Wow.
And Vero's not there, so stop instigating, please.
Oh, Vera's now paying more attention to Longnose.
Okay.
After being told about that. One, because Longnose is mean to Elios, and I feel like I'm smart enough that I shouldn't be watching the person watching me.
Alright, so you're gonna watch the person watching Elios. Alright, so Ginia, Roz, Vera. I would like all of you to roll perception checks.
Use my inspiration. I want to.
Okay.
And I'm halfway decent at perception, so...
My dude, you rolled a 2 and a 3.
Good thing I used inspiration.
We're safe.
God.
Oh my goodness.
Alright. So, Roz, um, as far as you can tell, the caravan, they're very, they move with purpose. Um, they keep to themselves. They barely talk amongst themselves. They more communicate with like gestures and grunting. Um, so what you will see at one point is um the one with the red hair. He's obviously the leader, but he doesn't give commands to all three. He will actually, you know, lean in, tap somebody, and then point, and they'll go run a message to like one of the other wagons. He won't go out of his way to talk to any of the other wagons. They're doing it very subtly. This is what you like from watching and riding behind them. They're doing their communications very subtly. To any casual observer that didn't know better, these three wagons probably still don't have anything to do with each other. It's more like somebody walking over and borrowing, like, oh, can I get a cup of sugar? And they don't know each other. They're just working together like all the other wagons do. But he is obviously in charge and he is going about his business with them. So that is the thing you'll like pick up with them. You'll know who's in charge and you will kind of know that they're still trying to appear separate even though they've grouped up together. Ginny, you will notice similar things as you like go about, but you're looking at it from a different aspect. You're watching, like you're looking for this girl Copper, like she's like top of mind. It's annoying as hell that she's like hanging, like maybe communicating with Longnose. And what you realize is that, she like you'll notice like some of the treatment she gets, and again, gestures and grunting for the most part, whispered words, quiet tones. They don't speak out loud. They very um restrained within their little group. But you'll see that every now and then she um it is almost like she's appears to be reprimanded. Like she'll wander too far back and one of them will like show up behind her and just stand there for a minute, and she'll like bow her head and like run back over to the wagon. um they're not beating her or anything, but they're definitely like giving her like what the fuck you doing look every now and then. Okay, that's what you notice from your observations.
Okay.
And then Vero, you Longnose is pretty easy to spot. He's on a wagon. He's driving. He can't get too far from you guys, and he's actually behind you. So, like, you can work and look back and see him. He's not with the cultists at all. He's working on a separate wagon, but because of all the jockeying and stuff, they're actually sitting behind. They're actually behind your two wagons now. Okay. So you can easily like get off the front wagon, walk to the back wagon like you're checking something or just keeping a perimeter, and you can keep an eye on him. And you can see him. He's sitting in his wagon. He's one back from you. He's not right behind you. He's one back from you. But every now and then you kind of see him like leaning out, looking towards your group, and not seething, but just like shaking his head and talking and mumbling to himself. You're not sure what about. And then he'll kind of lean out again, and you'll notice that whenever his eyes come upon Elios, there's some like deep suspicion there.
Just a senile old man. Got it. No.
Get off my lawn. But that's what you guys will notice during the day. Unless you're going to do anything, this will probably go on for a few days.
I think it'd just be a matter if the invisibility thing happened at some point.
Well, that would probably be one of the things. I just don't know when you guys are planning to do that.
As I see, as Roz sees the red beard become a little bit more animated every day, um, and the running back and forth to other wagons, um, probably at the height of that, maybe the second day, uh, as it starts to get dark and people are, setting up their camps and their fires and they're going to eat, he'll go back to the uh, where Songbird is working, and he'll say, "Excuse me, Miss, is the possibility to get some milks?"
Sure.
And
Let
he'll
me go
kind of
check.
raise his eyebrows just a little bit, like, you know.
Mhm. Okay. Let me double check and see where he had gotten it the last time. So Songbird's gonna go and ask Bade, where did you get that milk the last time?
Bait is like sitting in the wagon, and the wagon's. Wait, you said this is when everybody made camp, right? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
after that, everybody's made camp and
Then
he's open.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's open. So he's just sitting. He's sitting on the wagon, like basically, just kind of like looking over the tavern, and enjoying the day and like the break. And he's like, "What?
Mhm.
Where did I get what?
The milk.
What?
Remember the milk
We're not supposed to
for
talk
our
about
friend?
that."
Well, you remember the thing for him?
Yeah, I, I, that do you see any cows with us?
No, which is why I'm
Okay.
kind of curious on how you managed to do that.
Yeah, well,
But it's the only thing he drinks, and again, the caravan finds a blessing every time he sits on their cart, so
well, there's no accounting for superstition, and I don't know if they're gonna have any more. It's been days. I mean, I'm sure we could find some at the next farm, but the next time we stop,
do you want me to go ask?
ask who?
Well, you got it from somewhere, so, and you said you didn't know if they would have more. Or wait, ask, as in you didn't before?
What?
You know what? Plausible deniability.
That's I don't know what that means, but it sounds like you should use that.
Okay. Well, what would you suggest I do for our friend here?
Can't he drink wine? Like, he
Mm,
kind of waves over all the kegs. Some of them, like almost more than half of them are empty now. He kind of just waves his hand. He's like,
mhm.
"We have ale. We have keg. I'm getting ready to like. We're gonna. I'll open another one for him. Can't he just drink normal like spirits?"
No,
Excuse me,
it's how
miss.
he is.
It is
Oh,
okay. If you have no milks, it is okay.
okay.
But
I'm
thank you for trying. Um,
Bade.
what?
sir, babe,
Fine.
whatever.
Like, you know what? Next time, I'm not. And like, he just like hops off the other side of the wagon and like walks away towards the grouping of wagons. He's like, just give me a little bit.
How do you want to go about this?
Is there are there people all around? Are there,
Yeah, there's people like sitting at the tables.
okay. Um, how far away are some like trees, bushes, whatever?
Maybe like 30, 40 feet.
He'll do one of the head nods and he'll say, "Well, thank you for trying this," and he'll say it louder than normal, just so everybody hears it.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps another time. Thank you, and he'll head towards the bushes.
Okay, so you head towards the bushes. Um, and once you get there, you kind of duck out of cover. I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So you go over the bushes and you hide. Songbird, you notice it more so because you're working with him and you know what he's doing. But it doesn't seem like
Mhm.
anybody else gives it a second thought. People like wander out into the woods and the bushes kind of often because again, relieving themselves and stuff.
Mhm.
So it's not like, oh my god, what is he doing? Nobody cares. But so you go out there and you go do your thing. What are you going to do to join him though? You're just gonna like, I'll be right back.
How long does it take Bade to come back with the milk?
Bill Bade is last time he was gone for like a good 20 minutes. At
Okay.
least. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but I know it was a little bit of time.
Um. Oh. Did I have a bow?
Did
You know what? They might not even notice. I'm gonna go take one of my bolts
Huh?
and try to pretend like he had dropped it and everything. Is like, oh, he dropped that. I need to go take it to him real quick.
Oh, okay.
Because if Bade's going to take forever, because my plan was, it's like if Bade happens to come back really fast, and I'll be like, oh, wait, let me go get him.
Okay.
But if he's not, I'm like, okay, then I need a way to get out there. These people don't really do weapons very well. So if so happen I find an arrow or something on the ground and be like, oh, he must have dropped this. Let me go get it to him real quick.
So let me ask a question. Do you have your character have a bow?
I have a crossbow. That's
Then
why I'm like, maybe they're not looking too close because they're drinking.
So that would be more suspicious because he has a long bow. A crossbow
Yeah.
bolt is like this big.
Yeah, I
An
know. I
arrow
was just
is like
hoping
3 feet. So
I
that
was
would
just hope
people would think you were drunk.
3 feet.
Yeah, he has a long bow.
Uh-huh.
And he's a large tabaxi. His draw
Okay,
length
given
is
his size,
probably
a possibility, but not that much. Okay. Okay, well then that kind of knocks that out. Putting a sound in there will allow people to freaking do stuff. The plan was to either go get the milk, and as I'm going to get the milk, do the thing, but Bade went to go get it, and then the thought is like, okay, he'll come back quickly. No, he's not going to come back
I
quickly.
think you're
Unless
overthinking
Roz is
it.
patient.
I think you're overthinking it. He's about. I'm not trying to lecture her on archery. I'm just trying to say like a bolt and an arrow are two different sizes, and that would be more noticeable. He's only
Yes,
30,
I do
40 feet
understand.
away. You could probably just slip away and come back, and nobody would notice.
But
And
if we're
even
busy, are we busy?
No, it's not that busy. Just don't take forever. Like, all right.
Well, I
So
don't want to take forever.
think in combat rounds. For you to
Mhm.
move 30 feet would take 6 seconds. So if you were to go, let's say 40 feet, you could double move. I don't care. But all in all, the trip to him and back should take you about 30 seconds.
So kind of like I'm looking at the other side of the cart to look for something.
Yeah. Like
Because I'm trying to think if it's busy and Bay just walked away,
right.
people are going to be asking for stuff.
Bade's gonna be gone for about 20 minutes. You
Mhm.
can walk to where Roz is and back and cast a spell in 30 seconds. Thinking combat
Done.
rounds. So
Okay.
most people might be like, "Hey, where'd she go? Oh, there she is." Like,
Okay. That is level 2. Then it will be done.
okay, all right. So you show up into the clearing. Roz, you're there, and she kind of like touches you on your forehead. Whatever. I don't know. What do you want to do?
His forehead's like up here.
Now you're concerned with his height. Okay, so just you touch him somehow, and then he turns invisible. Raj, you're invisible now. Okay, hold
Now-
that thought. What time is it?
When someone goes invisible, if he holds his hand up, does he not see it?
Nope. You can't see your own
this
invisibility.
freaks him out just a little bit.
It would.
I mean, he
it
looks
should.
down and he can't see anything. And is this supposed to happen?
Yes, it is. You are invisible, which means you yourself can't even see you, nor the stuff that you're holding. Now, when you
This
drop
is
it,
not
it's going to
good.
be noticeable. So don't drop anything.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Roz. Thanks. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Okay. So, Ross, you head away to wherever you're going. Hold that thought. Songbird, you go back to the group. And again, it's like nobody really notices you were gone, or they think you were doing your business. Nobody knows. But you weren't gone long enough to anybody notice.
Cannon, she pooped.
In 20 or so minutes, Bade's going to show back up. And he's going to have a little container. And he's like, where is he?
He had to go do his thing. And she's just gonna like, you know,
He's
the restroom.
he's gonna look at the container, look at you, look at the container, and he says, this is not easy to get. And he's gonna set it down and like walk over to like talk to some of the patrons.
She's gonna make sure it's actually like tucked away because that's still milk for him.
That's fine.
For Roz.
Okay. So you're there. What are you guys doing this evening? The three of you.
Well, I'm going to be sitting kind of right outside of the tent, looking around,
Mm-hmm.
keeping an eye out for trouble.
Okay.
I feel like as far as once we broke down for camp and stuff, help with that, then have, time doing sign language stuff with the brothers, whatever meal we end up having, and then, go into the tent.
Okay. So you're gonna hang out with the brothers for a little bit, and Elios, you're gonna do. Okay.
I'm gonna sit in the tent also.
All right. So, you two kind of go in and out, grab food, but then go back into the tent, come out, maybe stretch your legs, go back and thing. Ginny, you're sitting outside just watching stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, at one point, you will see Copper kind of like walking around, looking about, and then like looking over in your direction, and then moving into like a shadowed spot and watching your direction. But she's not looking at you. She's trying to look past you into the tent where Vero has just went in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She doesn't look mad or scared, or she's just determined.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of like make it look like I'm not saying something into the tent, like sort of incognito, kind of lean into the tent just a little bit and be like, you guys stay in there. We've got company and I'm not quite sure if they're looking for trouble or not. So just stay put because I don't want her to actually see him.
Okay. All right. So you say that into the tent. She is still watching, and again, like she kind of like acts like she's not in, like if she was in a market, it would probably make more sense. She was, picking up something, looking at it, she might want to buy it, but she's doing that while walking amongst the wagons. So it just looks like she's picked up the reins and go, oh, these are really nice, and then puts them back into place and looks over in your direction. It's very awkward.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
And she's like not really paying attention to what I'm doing, right?
No, she's not.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm gonna try to approach her.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna kind of circle around and come up from behind her, so she's between me and our tent, since she's looking at our tent, looking for Vero.
Mm-hmm.
So I can maybe get the drop on her and surprise her.
Okay.
I don't intend harm, but it's not out of the question.
So I would need you to roll a stealth check.
That's funny.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's actually a really good self check. Okay, so you kind of like remove yourself from in front of the tent, sitting there, and kind of just blend into the darkness as she's looking and again, distracting herself and then looking again, seeing you kind of walk up right behind her.
Mm-hmm.
She has not noticed you.
Is there something I can help you with?
She will let out a gasp and spin around and press herself up against the cart. She's like, why would you? No.
I mean, I can't help but notice that you have spent a lot of time kind of around the cart that I'm protecting, and it seems I'm I'm confused.
I don't understand why you're confused.
I don't understand why you keep staring at the tent that I'm sleeping in.
I'm not supposed to talk to you.
I'm aware that you're not supposed to talk to me. I'm concerned because like I said, you spend a lot of time back kind of looking in my direction, and I'm just wondering if there's something that I could do to help you.
So you're talking to her, Ginia,
Mm-hmm.
and your natural perception is like 12 or 14. No, 13. Right? 13? You're passive? I can look. Hold on. I'll
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 13. So, you're talking to her, and you kind of notice her glancing to the side, and you hear footsteps behind you.
Okay.
She's like, and she kind of like looks and like shakes her head, and the footsteps stop. It's very subtle, but you're very perceptive.
So I'm gonna look at her. I'm gonna say, so is that long nose behind me, or is that some of the people that you're riding with?
When you say long nose, she kind of like her eyes will go wide a little bit, but not like terrified. Just like, yeah, how did you know that? But she doesn't say anything. She's like, fine. I the man with you.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he from?
I don't know. We're traveling companions. We just happened to get hired on by the same group.
You're not from Greenest?
I mean, no.
She looks at you suspiciously. Can you roll me a deception check, please?
That if it wasn't mine.
Now whose nose is growing?
Ooh, killed it. She's like, you. I, I'm sure I recognize him. I've seen him before.
You know, I hear that a lot. People think that they know him. He's just got one of those faces. I mean, really, don't all wood elves look alike?
So now
Whoa.
she's very confused.
You went there.
And she's looking back and forth, and you say that, and she kind of
Very
like
high up of
she
you.
looks at you for a minute, and she'll give you like a wry smile, like lips tight kind of smile, and she'll like nod. And she's, I suppose, but there's something about that one. I could have sworn it was him, and she's like, I'm sorry to bother you, and she like turns to like walk away.
It's no bother. I was just, I was concerned. I mean, you seem like you have a lot on your mind, so, you know.
She like stops for a minute and she like turns around almost like she's gonna like just hit you with like all this stuff, and she takes a deep breath and she says, I have to go. And she like turns to leave, and then you feel like somebody stand next to your hip.
All right, well, I'm going to turn and look and see who's...
It's Long Nose.
Mm-hmm.
He's standing there cross-armed. He's like,
And I'm going to kind of get down on his level and be like, and is there something I can help you with?
no. I just here for the shoes.
Why are you trying to start crap? Like, I saw you talking to her earlier.
Well, she had a lot of interesting things to say about your friend.
Did she?
Yes.
And what did she have to say? Because she doesn't even know him.
Well, she seems to think she does.
Well, she was mistaken.
Well, I mean, well, she is only human.
Well, I mean, you can't trust humans either.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm trying to kind of
you're playing up the racist.
butter
I
him
know.
up so he stops being a jackass.
Well,
I forget that I
racial
made a
slurs.
spectacle of myself in Greenest. I keep forgetting I did that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so she not she, he he's like, well, I don't know. She seems to think she knew him, and I wanted to find out more.
Well, there's nothing to find out.
Yeah, I kept telling her you weren't from Greenest.
Well, and I keep telling you to stop sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
Have you seen this thing?
Do you want to keep it where it is?
Are you threatening me?
I'm asking a question.
Well, yes, I want to keep it where it is.
Well,
I-
then keep it out of our business.
Well,
Thank you.
I will. Oh, I'm gonna see those feet.
I mean, I've already asked you if you want to keep your nose where it is.
I can't help it. I need to know. I have to know.
I would hope that your sense of self-preservation would outweigh your need to see my friend's feet.
I'm a halfling driving through the savage lands, hitting an oxen with a stick. I don't
But
have.
we're
I
continuing
can't.
to survive.
I can't get
for
any
now.
lower. Perv. Devouring's like, I'm not a pervert. Neither is the halfling.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Right? Like the whole feet thing. It's
I've
just,
come to
it's
talk
so
with
concerning.
you again.
It's because they're thinking about it their way. I'm thinking about
I
it as a
know.
halfling.
I'm aware of what the problem. Ginya's aware of what the problem is. It's just, it is in fact concerning.
Also, I keep imagining him like Rocket Raccoon. Like, I'm gonna get that arm.
Yeah.
So as you walk away, he kind of like just grabs and rubs his nose. He says, "Don't worry, I won't let her get you." And he's gonna turn and walk away.
All right. And has Copper completely gone off? Like she's not.
Yeah, she's out of.
All right.
Okay. Roz, the invisible
See.
one.
Can see.
Yes, you're invisible. What are you doing?
Well,
Sneaky,
it's a
sneaky.
new sensation. He can't see his feet or his hands or anything.
Yes,
But
everything's by
he's-
feel.
Yeah, he is purposely going to stay out of tall grass.
Okay.
He's going to purposely not kick up dust if he gets into a dusty patch.
Okay.
But anyway, he's heading right toward the cultist camp. And he's going to survey it for a minute to see where the boss is sitting.
Okay.
And he's going to crawl underneath the wagon across from where the boss is so he can hear everything that comes out of his mouth.
So I will need you to roll me a stealth check.
Oh boy, my rolls have been.
Remember, it's advantage since if she didn't put the thing on you, it would be advantage.
Okay,
Wait, what?
thank you. Because
I
I'm
said
invisible.
you'd have to click the advantage button for stealth if it
Yes.
wasn't the effect.
I don't think
put
she.
on
I don't think she put the effect on him.
That's fine. I got it. Thank you.
I
You didn't.
missed that.
It's okay.
No, you're good. That's why I just wanted to remind
It's
him.
not a
so he doesn't-
combat thing, so he could just click the thing. All right. So, you crawl your way underneath the wagon, right? And so they kind of arrange their wagons like in a triangle pattern almost, but
Yep.
actually, not really. It was almost like a triangle, except one point is a little bit open. So they're angled inward, but you can walk through them. Okay.
Okay.
And they're just kind of lingering about their wagons, not really talking, just kind of going about their business, doing stuff. And you're trying to pay attention to like what they're doing. So the redhead, the chief, is sitting there, and he is watching what's going on, watching everybody go about their business, and he has his back to you. The only reason you recognize him is because of this big thing of red hair. But he also has like a cap on too, so the hair is like coming out from underneath the cap. He has a cloak on. All of them are covered more than necessary, especially in Flame Rule where everything is hot. So they wear their cloaks up, pinned up, covering their arms when they're walking around. But you're getting a good look at them, and you know several of them are wearing armor and weapons underneath those cloaks. That is obvious. In fact, all of them are wearing weapons, but some of them have some like uniform armor underneath. So maybe some scale mail, maybe some chain mail. They're not just wearing brigandine armor or leather armor or anything lightweight like that. They have, decent armor on. And from the look of it, this close up, some of their weapons look pretty decent as well.
Okay.
You sit there for a while listening. Most of the stuff is like, so and so wants to know, like, what do we tell the dwarf? What do I care what we tell her? We only have a few more days with this group. Or, like, that's probably the biggest thing you've heard. Other than that, it's like, one of the horses is, needs to be rested, showing it's limping. We're running out of food, or we have so and so send over a couple of bags of things because we've ran out. So it's more like shuffling goods between the three things. But they start talking about like how much longer they have on this trip, and what you hear that makes significance to you is once we leave Waterdeep, it'll be easier.
Okay.
What you also know is how far your groups are all going.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
he's gonna stay there what he thinks is about 45 minutes.
Okay.
He doesn't want to take the risk of,
I was gonna ask you how.
I feel like Roz would have perfect timing on that.
I came back in enough time to type that.
I think he was waiting for that one. So if you stay there as long as you can, Roz, at one point you will see the young copper-haired girl come in. And some of them will turn and look at her, and she'll walk in, and she's gonna come walking in, and they're gonna go turn, look at her, and several of them will stop. Like you'll see, like 4 or 5 in the camp will stop and look at her, and she's like got her head down, and she just kind of walks in, and the leader will turn around and say, "Well," and she'll pick up her head and smile. She's like, "It has to be them." And that's where we're gonna stop for this evening.
Oh, damn it.
What?
Yay!
Very good.
No.
Dun, dun, dun.
Elsa spills a drink on Songbird and she loses concentration. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm pretty sure she can avoid taking damage and stuff while she's working. Even though, I don't know, you may
After all the, I was gonna say after all the, I'm not gonna lose my hair comments. I was surprised that Devouring didn't pop in with a wild magic surge for that
Right?
invisibility,
Oh,
just
that,
to see
that would
what
just be
what would shake
mean.
loose on that.
That would have been a
It would
good
only
one.
ruin
He
your
must.
guys' relationship.
He was too involved with the
No, you'll be
storytelling.
fine. Naked Roz. Just-
Oh, that would have been a good one. All right, so, yes, that's where we're gonna leave it with that little bit of revelation.
Well, that answers one of my questions. I was holding out hope that maybe she was just, she wasn't full bad guy. There was always that option. That kind of, as a player, that kind of rules that out. That seems like she's bad guy. Because she played it off really well, as if it was like her own intrigue. Like it was her. She was just curious.
I know. All right, so we are done a little bit early for this evening, but I feel that was a really good spot to like leave it on a cliffhanger.
Yep.
We are playing next week.
Yes.
I think we're good until like the 16th. That's when I think Ginia, you have things going on, right?
Hold on,
Yep.
let me pull up the.
It's me too.
You're both
Yep.
out the 16th.
No. Tuesday I'm good for. It's the Thursday I'm out.
Right. Yes, we don't have a game on
18th,
Thursday, but
yeah.
Ginia we don't have a game on Tuesday. Yeah, that week
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
have
out
either
the
one of the
16th.
games. So that's fine. Like I said, I just want to make sure. But we're good up until then. So we will
Wait,
be
on
back.
the 18th?
Yes, the 18th we don't have a game either. It's on the calendar, I took them off. So if you
Yeah.
guys don't know, there's a visual calendar that I keep on the schedule. So check it because that's usually where I post the games when we're playing. And if it's on there, like Roz is really good about making sure, not Roz, but Loco is very good about checking it and making sure that I got it accurate. So if something's not on there, like let me know because I probably forgot. So I think I got all the dates that were off. Everyone gains a level. No. Oh, you wanted invisibility to happen. So Devouring was on your side on that one. That's why he didn't do it.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I like it when Devouring's on our side.
I know, right?
I
Yeah.
do
Don't
not
want it
think
the
you
other way
guys.
around.
I do not think you guys are close to level, but I will do some calculative experience before the next game. But I don't think you're close enough at all.
I mean,
Yay.
we need extra points for roleplay because we've been killing it.
Killing it.
I
Lots
know
of it.
that's why I have to do some calculations. So when you guys role play, I have to do math and figure stuff
Oh,
out.
man.
When it's just encounters where you kill stuff, it just adds it up and pops it in automatically. It doesn't have a calculation for role play. So I gotta look at the episode and go, oh, that was worth 100 points. That was worth So
Fair enough.
we'll get them in there. But yes, I don't think it was enough to get a level because you guys I think is still like about 3,000.
Not with that attitude.
Well, I
No.
think I think you're like 3,000 out, and yeah, okay, fine. But yes, no, you guys have been killing it, and I'm very happy. The only flub was my fault today because I neglected
It
to
worked.
ask.
We left
we
our
recovered.
side,
He forgot
our
about
side
Songbird.
conversation.
It wasn't that I
left the,
forgot about you. I just in my head you left when Ginia left, and I was like, okay, that's fine. So that was my bad. I messed up, but I think we got it worked out so that it canonically it worked.
Mm.
But I hate when I do that. So
It was one of those episodes where it was like 24 hours earlier.
right.
Yep.
Right. Previously
It was a flashback.
earlier in that day. So yeah, that was
we
the only
left it
thing.
open-ended in our discussion so that we could have that information drop later, and it didn't rule out the fact that there was a chance if Ginny was paying attention, she could have still gotten that information.
Oh
It
yeah.
didn't suddenly rob her of that chance.
Yeah, no. Yes, the watermelon incident wasn't good either, but again, child's wielding a knife in the background for like an overly long time was concerning to me.
Was she mumbling to herself the whole
She was
time? Because that'd be
plotting.
more concerning.
No, so the thing is with with these things in, I can only hear the cutting sound.
Thunk.
The and I'm like, what is going on? And it went on for so long that I finally was like,
She's just
what are you doing?
she's just playing real life Fruit Ninja. Let her be.
Right, that's yeah. So she's like, and then it was just like, you're making what? So now I have to try this thing. But yeah,
It takes forever.
I know it takes forever. It's like pickling something. So next week sometime, I guess we'll be trying it. Also, everybody, thank you for being here today. Thank you for the redeems. Thank you for the follows. Well, I don't think we got follows today, but that's fine. Thank you for
Yeah, you
being
did.
here. We did. I don't. No, we didn't.
I thought it said new
I'm down
follower,
one.
or-
Try it on stream. Oh yeah, we'll do that. I'll try the rhymes on stream when they're done.
Oh, I can't wait to see his face.
I don't like watermelon to begin with, so but I'll give it
fruit.
I'll give it a whirl. I don't eat watermelon.
He doesn't eat
just-
fruit.
I don't like fruit except
Watermelon.
apples.
How do you not like?
Apples and bananas is the only two I like.
And
Oh,
only a very specific type of apple.
yes, only a specific type of apple. Vegetables, I like vegetables.
God.
But I don't like fruit.
And he likes pickles, but that doesn't. count as
Pickles are a
much.
vegetable, kind
No,
of,
they're
sort of.
not. No, they're not.
No,
Kinda,
we had this
sorta.
discussion earlier today
Listen,
too.
Hey, listen,
Literally had this
if you tell somebody cucumber, most people will go, "Isn't that a vegetable?" I know, but it's fruit. I got it, but I prefer to think of it as a vegetable because I put it on my salad. Anyway,
Can we get McDonald's?
Do you
Are
put
you
tomatoes on your
insane?
salad?
Yes.
No.
I'm hungry.
do I put tomatoes on my salad? No, actually I don't.
Okay. Just
Tomatoes
checking.
and
I do though.
Because they are also a fruit.
Yeah,
Or
I know.
fruit, yes.
I know anything with
Banana
seeds
is
is
a berry.
protected. Yes, I know. A banana is a berry. Yeah, that's true too. So, well, I guess I just eat apples. Why are we? Listen.
Anyway,
So, we'll be back Thursday. Thursday is going. We're going to be playing a little bit early. I know. Like, I'm kind of glad that it's on the 4th of July because, like, not a lot of people are going to watch it. I'm talking too fast. Not a lot of people will be watching Thursday, but at least the stream will be recorded. But there'll be some background stuff that goes on, and people will like watch it later and be like, "Wait, what happened?" So I'm hoping
Right,
that
no.
that's going to be a very entertaining and good episode. We'll see what happens, and then Saturday we're here for. Wait, no,
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep is not this week.
Yes, it is.
Waterdeep is this week. Okay, so we'll be here Saturday for Waterdeep. I forgot. I got Sunless and Waterdeep mixed up. So a whole week of D&D, and we should be here. And then I think Friday we might be squeezing a game in. So we'll see what happens with that. As soon as I can get
Well, what happened on Sunday?
Okay, you get out of work too late on Sunday. So we're
No.
going to see either it's going to be Sunday late or Friday in the evening. So far, like 3 people said they can do Friday. So it's kind of just the other 2. One of them is pretty much available most of the time. And so I'll just ask him now. Wait, no, I can't ask him now. I'm missing somebody. 3 people.
yeah.
3 people are good for Friday.
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Yeah, you're the one I'm waiting for. But you
What
were in
time
a,
on Friday?
you were in a game, so I probably
Yeah.
like around 7, 8 o'clock. Same thing.
Okay, fine. I'll be out of work.
Okay, fine. Friday. We're moving the game to Friday, Elios. Yay. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh no, we can't play that early. We gotta play a little bit late. I forgot. So we gotta start around 9 o'clock because Cheerful can't start that early. Remember, Cheerful's all the way at the other side of the country. Anyway,
Mhm.
conversation for Discord. So again, thank you everybody for being here. We appreciate it. I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid. So let me open up that screen. While I'm doing that, Jinia, Roz, Songbird, in that order. And why don't you guys go ahead and plug your channels and tell everybody where to find you and stuff.
Yeah, all right. I'm Foxy Project. I am a variety streamer specializing in survival crafting games. We are getting ready to do a Horde Night on 7 days tomorrow, so be sure and tune into that. I start at 7 p.m. Central Time.
This is Ross. He is reporting in for Loco 1976, 56, excuse me. He is streaming War Thunder on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So come watch. Laugh at him. He sucks at the game.
Laugh
Laugh
with him.
with him.
No, Ross laughs at him.
And I am Lady Magdala, mainly known as Lady M, and I will usually stream lunchtime streams at 11 a.m. Central Time whenever work doesn't get in the way. Then you can find me here Tuesdays and now every Thursday evening with Havoc and pretty much most of this crew here for Tyranny of Dragons Tuesday nights, Vecna and Dragonlance on Thursday nights, and then Saturday nights, 10 p.m. Central Time, is Call of Cthulhu Shadows of the Orient Express with Insomnia Night RPG. So that's usually where my schedule goes, depending on work. Work gets in the way of all the fun.
It does have a tendency to do that. I was so miserable at work today, I couldn't wait to get out. Okay, so I was gonna say, Foxy, welcome in, Raiders. If those of you who haven't watched, hi, I'm Havoc. I'm Foxy's DM and the voice that you probably heard over on her stream. Oh wait, actually, I'm a picture on her stream.
And the face.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
I forget because I can't run everything at the same time anymore. My computer is just denying me. All right. So we could either watch some D&D, some Baldur's Gate 3, or some Sea of Thieves. As far as people I'm following,
Is Ant playing? That's why.
Ant is playing Sea of Thieves. Yes. I like Ant. Ant is going to be playing with us on Thursday. Yeah, he's going to be playing with us on Thursdays. So let's go over there and say hello to him so he can get used to all of you. Where the hell did he go?
That's gonna take a minute.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna need to be, little by little.
Nobody ever gets used to me.
Eased into it.
Yeah, eased into it. So we're gonna go over and say hello to Ant. Show him some love. Give him some follows. He will be joining us on Thursdays. He is a wonderful human being, kind of snarky, and I enjoy it. So that'd be about it. All right, everyone. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.